Good afternoon. I'm Doug Shipman, the President of the Atlanta City Council, calling this regularly scheduled meeting Monday, April 15th, 2024 to order. I want to welcome everyone and invite the clerk to call our opening roll.
Good afternoon. Council President Doug Shipman.
Here.
Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large. Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large.
Here.
Jason H. Winston, Council District 1.
Here.
Amir Faroki, Council District 2.
Here.
Byron D. Amos, Council District 3.
Here.
Jason Dozer, Council District 4. Lillian Bakhtiari, Council District 5. Alex Wan, Council District 6. Howard Shook, Council District 7. Mary Norwood, Council District 8. Dustin Hillis, Council District 9. Andrea L. Boone, Council District 10. Marcy Collier Overstreet, Council District 11. Antonio Lewis, Council District 12. Council President, we do have a quorum of members present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was sent out ahead of time. If there are no additions or changes to the agenda, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Motion by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Westmoreland. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Council President, the unanimous consent is 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the agenda carries. Next, we'll move to the agenda item regarding invocation. We don't have a guest here today, so we'll take a moment of silence. But before we do that, I would like to ask if there are any to be recognized. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. Definitely want to let the family and friends of mega producer Rico Wade know that the city is definitely want to send our condolences and prayers to him. Mr. Wade, along with his friends, founded the Dungeon family, which we can say single-handedly changed the culture of hip-hop here in the city of Atlanta. So, you know, without Mr. Wade, we can easily say there would never have been an Outkast, or at least Outkast would have been prolonged. So definitely want the family and friends to know that we honor and respect him upon his passing. And then last but not least, a young man who became a personal friend of mine, Mr. Lewis Gossett Jr., had the opportunity to work with Mr. Gossett for several years, being the first African-American to win an Oscar for supporting actor. Just being able to sit at his feet and learn life of a young man that was only 87 years young was very important to me. So definitely to let the family and friends of Mr. Gossett know that we're definitely there in our prayers and condolences as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you. I wanted to take a moment to remember the life of Mr. Leonard Fortson. He was a client of Three Keys. For those of you who may not know what Three Keys is, they're an extraordinary nonprofit that works very hard to move our most vulnerable populations off the street into housing. And he was a client that was experiencing mental health issues and was locked up in Fulton County and Rice Street in January and recently died. In the last 2 weeks, he was stabbed in the jail. And I think it is important to shed the light on Mr. Fortson, given the fact that I just had meetings with agencies about him. And I think it's important to uplift those that we oftentimes do not talk about. And I wanted to highlight his plight because it is one that happens far too often. So I wanted to make sure that we honored his memory today and took a moment of silence in remembering him. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to acknowledge the passing of one of our youngest community members, a young man named Tobias Perkins, 6 years old, lost his life, unfortunately, in his own home during a domestic violence incident. And the way the Oakland City community has rallied around his family during this time has been remarkable. Tobias was a student at Finch Elementary School, where he was enrolled with 3 of his siblings. And so the family has been reeling for the last several weeks, and our office was proud to work both with the family and with the community and the faith community that we all rallied together to support this young man and his family. And that loss is something that we're going to live with for a long time.
Thank you. Any others? Well, for these and for those unnamed, would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? This time, I'd like to invite Councilmember Bond forward and all of those who are here for the recognition of the 2023-2024 Clark Atlanta University men's basketball team to please join us up on the podium.
Right next to Councilman Bond.
Hello? Okay. That's right, it's like the Wizard of Oz. You can get to the wizard that way, or you can come up this way. And as the Scarecrow said, but most people go both ways. Where's Mr. President? Well, as everyone comes and is assembled, it is really a pleasure to be here today, not only to recognize the joint achievement, and you all come on around on this side, you can balance out on both sides. It doesn't have to be lopsided. Well, full court press, when every corner covered. But we want to recognize the achievement of these young men and the leadership of the Clark Atlanta University Athletic Department, our coach, and of course, we're really humbled today to be joined by Dr. French, the president of Clark Atlanta University, as we highlight this season's achievement, along with myself, Councilmember Amos, and Councilmember Dozier. We're here today to recognize the 2024 Clark Atlanta University Panthers for their championship season, and that deserves a round of applause. Celebrate them. And so I will move immediately to the point. I have a proclamation signed by all members of the Atlanta City Council, and it reads in pertinent part, where's Dr. Taggart? Are you up here, Marshall Taggart? Where you at, Dr. Taggart? He's out there working, okay. Well, he's here, so we want him to come in. We hope somebody will get his attention so he can be in. And so we have a proclamation in recognition of the Clark Atlanta University's men's basketball team, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to honor the remarkable achievements of the 2023-2024 Clark Atlanta University's Panthers men's basketball team. And whereas the Panthers have exemplified excellence and resilience throughout this season, culminating in the triumphant victory in the 2024 Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference Championship. And whereas the exceptional leadership of Coach Alfred Jordan and a distinguished alumnus of Clark Atlanta University, the Panthers exhibited exceptional teamwork, dedication, and sportsmanship on and off of the court, whereas the City of Atlanta extends its heartfelt congratulations to the entire team, the coaching staff, the support personnel for their outstanding accomplishments and for bringing the pride and honor to the Clark Atlanta University athletic program. And now, therefore, we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of the City of Atlanta, hereby proclaim this day as Clark Atlanta University Men's Basketball Panthers Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and have caused the seal of the City of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations, Mr. President. Congratulations, Coach. Congratulations, Men's Panthers basketball team. Everybody lean in real quick. Hope you got insurance. You're standing up. All right.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilmember Dozier, Amos.
Good afternoon. I will be brief. I just want to say just congratulations to the Clark Atlanta University Panthers, the men's basketball team, for such a phenomenal accomplishment. What a phenomenal landmark year it has been for Clark Atlanta University. I feel like just the accomplishments are just stacking up week after week after week, and this is just the latest of many. I know we have a lot more that we're working on to make sure that your tenure, Dr. French, and for your students continues. 2024 is the year of Clark Atlanta University, let alone a day or a week or a month, but this has been such a phenomenal year for your institution, and I'm proud to represent each and every one of y'all here in this body. So just thank you for all that y'all do. Oh.
I will be even very quicker and briefer. I'm always reminded by Marshall Taggart that although I did not finish CAU, I still have Panther blood in my veins. So I'm always a Panther. But this is just amazing. This speaks directly to the leadership of the institution. It was ironic when we asked for Mr. Taggart, he was not in here. He's always down here fighting for the institution, and for him not to be here at this particular moment, I'm glad he was. But I know, yeah, I feel the pressure that I feel. But this is an amazing opportunity to showcase the sports, the athleticism, and the leadership of Clark Atlanta University. I could not be more prouder. I am not more prouder than I have ever been of CAU, and just congratulations, and as the motto say, find a way or make one, and you made one all the way to the championship. So definitely thank you, and keep, being Panther proud. Thank you.
Top of mind, I am very proud of what you all have accomplished, for sure. But this is more than just basketball, the game of basketball. This is about creating the type of leaders that we want to see in our communities. Deep into the city of Atlanta, I am so very proud of your tenacity, your stick-to-itness, the way that you've carried yourself throughout this entire season. This is about creating these types of individuals that we want our children to look like, and their children. So we are creating alongside you, Dr. French. I mean, first of all, your partnerships and affiliations and the work that you've done over these last few years have really been really commendable, and I appreciate it. Like, I've received personal phone calls from you, Taggart. I mean, this is a real thing. They are pouring into our communities, and I just wanted to make sure you all know that we see you, and we are very thankful for what you're doing for our communities.
Are there any other colleagues? Sure. Oh, Mr. Luke.
I apologize, I'm a little late, but my crossover still work. And I'm thinking about Coach, right? Coach and I, we played college basketball together. And we had an opportunity to, I got to see him when he was down here in Atlanta at Clark Atlanta University. I got to actually see him before this. Man, I'm extremely proud of you. Extremely proud of you. Clark Atlanta University is blessed to keep you home. The city of Atlanta is blessed to have you here as a role model for not only these young men, but for future young men who are putting you up on their wall because you are their Deion Sanders. I want to say continue to go. This is championship #1 for you. I can't wait to see next year and the year after that. And let's when I seen you do this on TV, Coach. When I seen you do this on TV, Coach, I know you meant it, and I know you could probably beat the other coaches in basketball. So let's go, Coach.
Dr. French? Oh, you want Coach to go first? Coach, you want to go? Got to go to work tomorrow. You want? All right, Coach, come on up.
First and foremost, before I say anything, and like I always try to do whenever I'm in front of the cameras or in front of a microphone, I always want to give thanks to my guys and give them praise because we've been through a lot this year, a lot of ups and downs, and they brought into what I was selling, and that was the Clark Atlanta culture, and the results was a championship. But what these guys did on the basketball court is just half of who they are off the basketball court. They're even better players, people than they are basketball players. And I'm happy to send them back into the community and to be future ambassadors and leaders, maybe here in the city of Atlanta, or if they decide to go back home or wherever else they decide to go. But this is a big honor for us. You know, I told Dr. French once I got the job, I was going to give him a championship. And even though it was an SIAC championship, it was just the tip of the iceberg. Before I leave, we will win a national championship.
Thank you, buddy. Dr. French.
Thank you, Council Bond, and to colleagues of the Atlanta City Council. Thank you each for your support of Clark Atlanta University. To our athletic director, Dr. Drew, to this coach and his entire coaching staff, to the leadership of this team, to those staff members who support the team in so many different ways, we say thank you. To the city of Atlanta, we are proud to bring home to Atlanta the SIAC basketball championship. These men are tenacious. They overcame all sorts of challenges, and we just want to say we are proud of you. And again, we are proud to represent the great city of Atlanta. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. French, for your tremendous. We all have a connection. I used to take summer class, Clark Atlanta, way back in the day. Not so long. But, you know, I have family connection there with Atlanta. We're all very proud of the Clark Atlanta men's basketball team. And we know that up is the only place. All of you. And so we're going to do, you all have done what you do best, perform on the field, competition, and also excelling in the class. The council with you is about to do what we do best. We're going to take a big shot. Right? That's a joke. That's right. Exactly. So let's move up here.
Microphone on.
Are we out?
What's that? Thank you all. I would like to ask Councilmember Bond to remain at the podium, and all of those who are here for the recognition of Dr. Lee Ransaw to also come forward, please, and join us on the dais.
I want to say good afternoon to our guests and to members of the public. This is truly a AU Center-oriented proclamation presentation day. I have a distinct pleasure and honor to be here in a proclamation to Dr. Lee Renshaw from the Atlanta City Council. As a frustrated artist myself, it is really an honor to highlight someone who has had such a tremendous impact on the arts, particularly surrounding the HBCU community. So much art has been generated for those who attended HBCU that have not only impacted our nation, our history, particularly the Harlem Renaissance, and then, of course, for those of you who have gone to Atlanta Public Schools and have grown up here, particularly at our most historic institution, Booker T. Washington High School. The artwork that is there inside of the school, out in front of the school, the artwork that's at our MARTA stations, the original stations in our community. Countless works of art that are not only in the Robert Woodruff Library and contained in that museum, but in, of course, our Atlanta Museum and others, that the art of those who have studied at HBCU, the impact that they've had on the quality of life in our community is absolutely tremendous. And this is a man who's been at the center of it during his entire career. So I have a proclamation, and I'll read it in pertinent part in honor of Dr. Lee Renshaw. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize the 25th anniversary of the National Association of Artists from historically Black colleges and universities, known as NAAHBCU, whereas we're here to honor Dr. Lee Renshaw, who founded NAAHBCU on the campus of Morris Brown College in 1999. As the Dean of Arts and Letters and Chair of the Fine Arts Department, he invited artists and educators to Morris Brown College to address and support the recognition of HBCU artists through workshops, exhibitions, and scholarly presentations. And whereas the faculty of the Fine Arts Department supporting the founding of the NAAHBCU and the vision of Dr. Lee Renshaw, here artist Professor Louis Duarte, Dr. Roosevelt Leonard, Professor Rupert Ned, Professor Fred Angino, and Gallery Director Lamar Wilson. And whereas over the 25 years, the National Alliance of Artists from HBCUs has grown from approximately 20 charter HBCUs to include more than 40 colleges and universities to engage artists from historic institutions to scholarly work, exhibitions, and dialogue in the visual arts. And now, as its membership includes artists with national and international reputations of educators who have successfully emerged and trained emerging artists with national and international reputations through mentoring and graduate students and exhibitions around the world. Whereas in 2020, under the leadership of the NAAHBCU, President Dr. Peggy Blood, 2 highly successful international exhibits were held in Asia, Asian museums, and galleries across the world. Now, therefore, we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Atlanta, do hereby proclaim today as Dr. Lee Renshaw Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, I've set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereinto affixed. Congratulations, Doctor. Oh.
Oh, well, everybody, you didn't clap for Dr. Lee Ransall loud enough for me. I'm standing here. Let's give him a huge round of applause. He was my professor when I was at Morris Brown College, along with Dr. Ruth Hall Hodges. This has been a fantastic AU Center Day because I'm the VP of External Affairs at Clark Atlanta University. And then my favorite professor, Dr. Lee Ransall, I saw him in the audience and he pointed to me. So it is a delight to be here and to honor a well overdue award for him and a well overdue honor. So let's give him one more round of applause. Thank you.
Yes. Good morning, afternoon. I'm Jay Delsart, and my husband, Louis Delsart, painted the Dr. Martin Luther King mural that I understand is being honored this week. Thank you, Councilman Bonds. Because of the work that Dr. Ransall tirelessly did, he created a department at Morris Brown College in the art department that was second to none, where they created studio painting for students. They taught students how to be artists the classical way. And because of Dr. Ransall's insight, he invited my husband and I down to become part of this wonderful community. So I just want to say thank you, Dr. Ransall, for your brotherhood with my husband and just for everything that you've done for all of us. And we honor you today. And it is an honor for me to actually be part of this ceremony. Thank you.
Dr. Ransall.
The National Alliance of Artists, we have a long history with the city of Atlanta. It goes back more than 25 years when Maynard Jackson and Billy Payne and the group went to Tokyo and secured the 1996 Olympics here in Atlanta with Andy Young, made us at the AU Center, as well as other social institutions around the city, very aware and had to up their game a little bit. But what happened was on Morehouse's college, I think they got a new stadium. Clark Atlanta University, as well as Spelman, may have gotten the parking lot. So correct me on those things. New stadium as well, okay. And Morris Brown got the Herndon Stadium over there where soccer events were held, and people had to get off the train at the West Side Station and kind of walk around Jordan Hall, which we had just acquired, to see the soccer matches. So we had an upstairs exhibition of a national exhibit, art exhibit up there, and we were working on securing a loan for Ruth Hall Hodges gallery downstairs, which we got later. But when we got that gallery down there and opened it up, my associate and co-founder, Lamar Wilson, we got together and thought we may need to bring some of the HBCU schools up to exhibit. But then we started thinking on a larger scale. We didn't know the other HBCU art departments and who those programs were, who were involved in those programs. So we sent out letters to all of them. And as a result, about 12 of them came down. And among that group was one of the Bureau of Cultural Affairs members, Charmaine Menifee, and we also had Tina Dunkley from Clark Atlanta University, Charnel Holloway from Spelman, William Anderson from Morehouse College, and a few others, Peggy Blood from Savannah State. And there was a nice chemistry among that group there, and we decided to make an organization of it. And we did, and we went to Texas and formulated our Constitution and our bylaws, and we've been growing ever since. Dr. Bond just mentioned 2 exhibits that we held overseas in Shanghai, China, and as well as in India. Just finished those, and we are proud of Kevin Sipp here in Atlanta, who helped put together an exhibit we had at the Rialto Theater with the help of Georgia State University and at Chastain Park. So we're very proud of our relationship with the city of Atlanta, and we will continue to do other things. Now, one thing I do want to mention, though, is that one of our greatest achievements have been with the Apex Museum here in Atlanta. And we helped secure that ship that's on there. If you've been down there, how many have been to Apex? Raise your hand. I see more hands going up. Don't see them yet. But we have a ship down there that was a model of the White Lion, a ship that brought slaves over on the Middle Passage. And New York was so impressed with that, they sent a writer down and they covered that in one of their cultural columns of the slave ship there. Also, Alabama State was impressed with that. And so they came over and looked at our ship, and we had to send our builders over there to build them a ship in their museum, which still stands today. So we're proud of what we've done so far. We will continue to work for you and the city of Atlanta. I'd like to have Lamar.
Good afternoon, everybody. One more time. Good afternoon, everybody. Good, good. My name is Lamar Wilson. I was the GAL director. Dr. Ransall brought me in 1997. The good thing about Morris Brown is it reaches out to all kinds of people. You mentioned Booker T. Washington, the art teacher there is one of his former Cookie Rome, and her sister Sasha, an outstanding artist, along with Jennifer Blackens, who's in Savannah. My job was to create art shows that reached out, like any university gallery, first and foremost to the students, then the community, and then the community artists. And we had several outstanding shows, the first being Looking Forward, Looking Back, which Lillian Blades, Kevin Sipp, Sheila Pree, these are all your top artists now. We had them right out of grad school. We also had Gilbert Young, we had Charlie Palmer, we had Black women artists, we had North Carolina A&T brought their students in, we had Dillard, we brought their students in. We went to New York to Fireside Gallery at Nassau College. We actually stayed in New York City to go to that exhibit. And Doc, he's a genius. He's also a basketball player. So for all you about basketball, he grew up playing with Oscar Robertson, so he's a little shy about that, but he's a baller too. That's what he and I got along. We were ballers and artists. So, but just want to wrap up and say he's an amazing guy. For me, working with somebody, I had an idea, and we took it and ran with it, and we have a college textbook on fine art, and we have had 2 shows every year for the last 25 years. So I want to thank everybody for coming out today, and let's begin for Dr. Lee Ransall.
Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank the Council for this recognition, and also to say I was a student who became a professor as well as a member of the NAA Black College and University. Lee Ransall has helped me tremendously. We talk about historically Black colleges, and we focus in the United States. I'm from the Caribbean, and as a student at Morris Brown College, HBCUs affected students across the globe, across internationally. So, again, I'd like to say a special thanks, Dr. Ransall. I'm here because of Dr. Ransall and the work he did. And also, I'd like to thank the Council for this recognition of historically Black colleges and universities and the work that we are doing across the globe. Our area, the arts. Thank you, and have a good day.
I want to thank you. I have a special affinity artist myself. I haven't been a frustrated one. It's a cautionary tale. Don't develop your talent, you will end up in politics.
Step into my.
Step into my.
Thank you all very much for joining us today for those proclamations. Councilmember Amos, you wanted to say something?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to say, I know there are a lot of people, my taxi cab drivers and cab drivers that are here that are concerned about the legislation that will be in front of us today. I have heard your concerns. As author of that paper, I will be making a motion to hold that paper in the breast of council for 2 weeks. That'll give us an opportunity to meet with you, hear your concerns, and just go over the paper in detail to ensure when we and if we move it forward, that it will be inclusive of everyone. So just want to let you know, I will be making the motion to hold it for 2 weeks in breast of council. So I know most of you want to get back out there on the street. Just want to let you know that before we start public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Amos. We will now move to public comment. I would remind everyone that you have 2 minutes if you have signed up. You can have up to 10 minutes if someone on the list has yielded you time. You have to have yielded the time on the list. You can't do that at the podium. And you do not have to speak if you do not want to. First up will be Brother Anthony Muhammad. You will have up to 2 minutes.
I am that I am, Brother Anthony Muhammad. I'm not a believer anymore in religion. Not one person in your Bible from Genesis to Revelation was born from a woman's womb. And I don't accept religion for the simple fact I see the unity of my brothers who are the cab drivers. I applaud you all as cab drivers. But here in Atlanta, Georgia, to have you all to show that unity among yourself, we don't even get that for the people you see living on the street. When you ride down the street, people don't have a place to stay that look like you. Who gonna voice for them? Who gonna speak up for those who don't have a way to speak for themselves? So I say with the mayor, you know, it's good to have you unified for your issues, but we're in the #1 city of the state of Georgia. And they want the good quality of service that they can have for their people that go to the airport. And I'm the same way with that, my brothers. But I want to say this, Ms. Overstreet. I was talking to the commissioner, transportation. I was talking to his 3 different deputy commissioners. You got that brother named Bromberg. You got Alan Smith. You got Betty Smoot Madison. Ain't no one come out there yet to do the work of the striping. Last time we talked about they were going to come back and do things. And then you got that commissioner, Mr. Mayor Cummings. He just came in about a year ago. And you've been talking about this for a whole year. Emails I've done that. How long we got to keep getting these folks look like me in the department and don't care nothing about the interests of their constituents or even your own legislator here in Atlanta? Mr. Mayor, you got to stop there, Mr. Mayor, because you promised button the road and it looked like a road on heaven. So let's do it right and come and do what in my community we've been crying out for. Just stripe the street. They're already working over on Forsyth Street. They already been working down here by the mayor's office. So I am, like I did not greet you. Assalamu alaikum. Metro Hotel, I say, and I say.
Thank you. Let me also just state that if I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Please do correct it when you come up for the record. Next will be Claude Mayfield. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you for allowing us to come in and express our views concerning the taxi issues. Our belief is that if a situation is not broke, we don't need to fix it. The one subject is I'm going to speak briefly on the cost of the new vehicle, the extension of 10 years on not new cars, but 10 years extension on the taxes. I think it's a very good thing that if the city would approve of that, because it put us in a better position to buy new cars. It gives us more flexibility. We can extend payments in order to keep our cars current. And I also want to address the taxes, this new amendment situation here. The tax established in the best interest of, the way the tax is established now, it's in the best interest of the public. People were very easily identifiable. The current city regulations, passengers feel safe by being in riding with us. And the fact that we don't need a complicated maze to confuse passengers on riding, being transported in the city of Atlanta. That seemed like this new recommendation leads in that direction. The taxi must stand alone. It's not a joint thing with Uber or Lyft. It's a taxi situation. And everything about it is the communication that we have. We have the phones, and everything works. There's no reason to create another situation that would be contrary to what we already have. The taxi meters is a viable means of conducting business. People feel safe with that. They also feel we have an iPhone, and we have the taxi meter. I think these are the things that, from what I was reading, there seemed to be an amendment on. And the CPNC, I think, is in our best interest. It's in the best interest of the city, and it's in the best interest of the industry that we maintain the CPNC. You may say, why? It keeps everything under control by having this in place. And what we're having now is self-interest that are trying to really destroy the industry. It's really nothing wrong with the industry the way it's standing now. The only thing I see that's broken is that we need to, it's not really broken because it hasn't been enacted, is a 10-year limit. I think that need to be addressed, be moved, rule in our favor on that. Not, like I said, for the city and the tax industry. We really need that with the cost of living, and the people that I come in contact with, the business people I come in contact with, they're talking about 10 years before we recover from COVID. So it's a long period before we get back to normalcy on this situation. So I think that we need to take that in consideration when we allow the 10-year extension. Financially, it's a better thing than what we're confronted with now. We know that there are a lot of self-interest attempt to really, in a sense, to destroy the industry as it stands now. And it's for selfish purposes. There's no need to have a monopoly over the taxi industry. Everything as far as the fares, as far as communication, as far as our dealing with the public is intact. And I can't see any other reason why it would want to be tampered with other for a few exceptional selfish reasons. Some people not really in the industry that are trying to alter the course of the tax industry. So our everything as far as the lighting, the identification, all of that's intact. And any other previous recommendations that have been made pertaining to the taxi industry is not of our approval and was done without our consent. So whoever you're the council or whoever listening to, you do not have the consensus of the taxi industry or the taxi companies. And this should be not be condoned. The things that we have now is totally in control, and there is actually no reason for it to be altered from what we are seeing. I'm trying to see what other things here I need to bring to your attention. Everything is identifiable, the lights. We stand alone. The tax industry basically stand alone and should stand alone. We should not be considered as any other entity as far as transportation. And the other companies that are out there operating, they stand alone. And you try to combine us with someone else that's operating is just a disservice to the industry and to the city. So I think that need to be considered when you making and I think I brought up the CP&C too, and I hope I mentioned, I may have talked so fast here, I may overran it here. The CP&C keeps things under control. It keeps everything on a certain level. Without that, we'd have chaos. Let me see what else here. I'm talking a little bit too fast myself here. It's the only thing I can see that whoever would want to alter this, what we already have, is for their self-interest. It's not in the best interest of the city or the tax industry or any other industry, any transportation industry. There is a monopoly that are trying to control the industry for their own purpose. And the public has faith in us. And we wouldn't have this faith under any other circumstances. So that I wanted to bring that to your attention, and I hope I conveyed a good point, and I hope you would consider what we're up against, and the idea that we're trying to keep from destroying this industry that's been viable for years. That's all.
Thank you. Next will be Tony Igberry. Tony Igberry, you'll have up to 8 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you, councilmen and women. It's my pleasure to talk to you about the cab industry. I've been in this industry for over 25 years. And we, the Cab Drivers Association, we oppose the legislation that is being talked about for so many reasons. But I'm going to highlight some of the reasons. First of all, it had been a norm and a kind of tradition as a law. If there's anything wrong in the industry, we all meet together, both the cab company owners and the drivers, iron it out. If it's something that requires legislation, we take it to the City Council Transportation Department, The author of this particular item we are talking about now single-handedly did this, push it through the transportation committee without letting the cab company owners aware of it, nor the cab drivers aware of it. And I interest you to know that today in the city of Atlanta, in the airport, which is what is left for the city of Atlanta to control, there are over 400 cab drivers there, both international and domestic. The author of this particular legislation has not even a single cab at the international or at the domestic. He never been there. He wasn't there. He never been there during the snowstorm. We all there making sure the visitors that come to Atlanta are taken to their respective hotels and their residents. He never been there during the hot summer. We sweating it out there. He was outside looking inside without asking how the system operates to then prescribe penicillin for us. I think amounted to nothing but disrespect and total lack of care for others. We oppose this because the system as it is, it works well. I cannot say perfect, because if you have a brand new car, you have to maintain it, okay? If there's anything wrong in the system as it is now, we bring it to our attention. We talk about it, and then agree to disagree, then take it to the Grand Transportation Department, from there to the Transportation Committee. But he never did any of that. I'm glad Councilman Brian said he is going to suggest to withdraw this, so to give the further review. Probably this time the author will have it be kind enough to bring it to attention of all these men and women here, and also the cab company owners. The days of one person imposing their will on all, the desperation of one individual company cannot be majority. We now implore you to disregard that legislation, send it back to where you originated from, and let us go and look at it. Then, if there is anything to change, there are a lot of suggestions we can make. For today, we've lost the whole of city of Atlanta, the whole of Atlanta. All our stands at the hotel is gone. These are the starting points of where we can look at what do we do to increase our revenue, rather than the system that is working. I'm not saying it's perfect, but for now, if you look at some of the suggestions there, optional. You have a meter, you have your iPad, you have whatever system they demonstrated to the Transportation Committee. What that is creating is chaos. For example, look at this scenario. If 3 cab drivers pick a fare from the airport, all going to Alpharetta, let's say Avalon Hotel, I turn on my meter, the other guy uses iPhone or iPad, and some other person latch onto the so-called device they demonstrated. We are going to get 3 different outcomes. For example, if I run my meter, it is graduated. There is time and velocity. That's that little physics they teach in high school. When you stop, the time we set in. Look at the traffic. Picture a typical Friday afternoon from airport to Alpharetta. That trip normally would take about 40 minutes, but you can not get there by 1 hour, 30 minutes. If you take away the meter, the driver is going to lose not less than $20 for that one single trip. Because if you take away meter, you're taking away the time. Again, this, if there is any new device, we are not allergic to change. We look at it and see how it's going to benefit us. So I don't want to waste much time here other than to appeal that this is withdrawn and let's go back. Let the author of that legislation come to us, the stakeholders. Let's look at it and work it out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be Abdi Ahmed. Thank you. Abdi Ahmed, you'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Good afternoon, Councilman, ladies and gentlemen. We are all here as tax drivers to bring to your attention our concern about this piece of legislation that's about to pass. The sad part of this story is this, that over 500 tax drivers did not know anything about this, anything. And it was about to pass through without our knowledge. The things that are discussed here is totally the opposite of what we need to be in the taxi driving system. When we saw this, to our surprise, we were like, where did it come from? Who is proposing this? But we find out, without single information from the proposal from anyone else, we see that this taxi changes, kills, or it is very harmful to the taxi drivers. Why? Because it's changing the whole identity of the taxi driving. Suppose you guys know when you come from the airport, get out of the airport or at West Curb, you see a taxi line up for you. They have paint, they have logo, they have meter, they have top light. Even if you come from any part of the world, you know what to write. That is a taxi. That's our identity. That's what the standard has been for over 100 years. And for someone to come up and say, like, we don't need top light, we don't need tax identity, we don't need this, we don't need this, without that gentleman, personally naming a name is not good, but he has a company, but he has no one single tax at the airport. These are the men and ladies and gentlemen that work at the airport 24/7. They are ready for transporting anybody that arrives there. But for him to decide for all of this without sharing anything, shame on him. But I want you guys to oppose this and decline to approve as it is. There is nothing in there that's good for the taxi drivers, and we'll let you know. The councilman, Mr. Brian Amos, we will work with you, but you need to communicate with the right people. Right now, we are in transition between leaders. We don't have exactly leaders that represent us. Maybe when you talk to, we will give you who you talk to, and then make the arrangement. But there is no single item that is in our liking for the taxi industry. If you are a customer or passenger, come from the airport, this gentleman will pull out GPS, which we don't have, none of us has. Cellular phone, global positioning, all this discussion here, none of us. Nor can we afford, any one of us, can we afford to come up with this? No. Simply, someone is trying to hide something behind it, later on to control us. Say, look, here is my GPS. I spent $50,000. Pay me $500. This guy is not creating new jobs for me. If he would give me that app, tell me go anywhere, put it on. When you come back from Alfreda, put it on and give me this much. But the airport business is the only thing left for us. When you guys allowed Uber and Lyft to come in the city, what happened to us? In about a matter of days, we lost 100% of the business we had at the city, Buckhead, everything, everywhere we were working. None, zero. If I sit now, if I go to airport, one of the hotels that I used to take some trips from, if I sit there for 9 hours, believe me, the probability of me getting one trip is from 0 to 10%. 90% of the time, my thing is gone. My time is wasted. We try to work at the airport. You guys came up with the age requirement. What age requirement will do to me, if I buy a car, finance a dealer, I will have no time to pay that bill in the time frame that I was given. So what happened? I cannot work at the airport. 8 months we've been running around here in the city, making no money, except in borrowing money after money after money, please. So consider the 10 years from the 7 years to 10 years on the next proposal. But what we're asking you is the tax meter is very important for the passengers. You guys are our passengers. You come to us when we put it on. You know what to pay us. You know what to expect. No overcharge. You guys set up the rules for us. Whereas Uber and Lyft will go out there and say, look, this time I'll charge you 10 cents per mile. And then when it's busy, they go up 100% or 400% over. Why? Because you guys allow them, which is fine. And first of all, we would like to thank you for what you did for us in the last 2 months, that you increased our fare 20% to adjust it for the inflation. We are very, very appreciative of that. And Tony Lewis, we thank you very much for taking ownership on this one. And we hope you to help us on this one. You helped us last time. Thank you very much for all of you. But what I'm saying is the taxi industry as it is, it's perfect, nothing wrong with it. We have the tax meter, we have the paint, we have the top light. We are known universally from the whole world. So leave it out there. There is no talk about what to change. What do you want to change? Why you want to take the top light? Am I Uber? No. That's why I run from Uber, spend 8 hours, 7 hours in the airport to just get one trip. Why? Because I know the abuse on the other side. I was there. I tried them. When you make $200, if somebody tells you, hey, I take 40% of it, what's left for you? Nothing. So I chose to work at the airport. As retired man here, as old man here, I cannot go and do the menial jobs. Please consider this. So, Councilman Amos, if this is withdrawn as a whole, we will appreciate that. And then we hope to work with anyone else that want to work with us to tell you what exactly we need in it. And they are, if you look at it, the passengers, the customers, everybody is okay with it, because when the passengers come to us from the airport, number one thing that they run to us is what? Safety. Safety. They feel safe. Now, if you change the paint of the cars, this is black, this is white, this is what, how do they know who are they riding with? They don't know. They don't feel bad. There are people, passengers, customers that give us their numbers. Please, let me call you when I need to go airport. Why? Because they feel safe with me. They are happy to ride with me. Atlanta has maybe 6 million people. How can you deny 6 million people to have a taxi that works for them? They're happy with it. How you take it away from them to please one person with one company who want to control and they make money from these people, hard-working people. Please consider this, and if you look at it, we are all happy. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And that's all for now, but there are 2 minutes left for me. But anyway, I thank you for everything you did for us, the money increase that you gave us, the 2 years that you gave us. But we ask you, we come back to you, we will keep coming back to you until you make that car age limit 10 years. That's perfect for everybody here. They can buy a car, they can ride and make money out of it to pay what they owe to the dealer. But now what's going on when we buy it and bring it to the service, before we pay off the dealer, you are asking us for new cars. So I hope we come back to you and visit this issue. We thank you very much. My name is Abdi Ahmed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis, you'd like to respond?
I wanted to ask a question of you, a specific question, if you don't mind me asking. I think yes. So are you saying that, to be clear, one company is speaking for, we have 400 cab taxi drivers at the airport.
Yes.
And 84 showed up today.
Okay.
And are you saying that one organization is speaking for the other 399 taxi drivers?
That's exactly what it is.
And
the company that is sponsoring this legislation did not let this over 400 taxi drivers know that they are making these changes. It was me, personally, when I heard the rumor, came to the Rickers office and asked for what's passed. When I got this one, I shared with everybody. That's why everybody's here. So that company or that lawyer did not share with us anything. And we are here to ask you to disregard, invalidate this legislation at all. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Ramos, I don't want to debate a bill before we get there, so.
Oh, no, we're not debating it. 4 months, this paper has been out, many articles, many news stories, been held in held in committee for several months. I have gave my number to the representatives here. We will be holding this paper today. But there were several people at the table. We can't speak to everyone, but there were major people, including the airport. But neither here nor there, we will be holding the paper. Whoever I gave my number to and have been identified as the people that will be holding the conversation for you, please meet me out in the hallway so I can make sure my staff and I have the right numbers, and we will move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Mohammed Dory. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, the City Council of the City of Atlanta. I'm Mahmoud Dore. I'm one of the drivers, longtime driver of the City of Atlanta since 1995. This legislation that was in front of us is one of the most serious legislation against our own interest. And as of whole, the interest of City of Atlanta, the passengers of Atlanta Airport, and everything in between. And what we are here, and you have all these drivers. Usually we don't have this many drivers coming to the City of Atlanta meetings. We have maybe 4 or 5 or 10. This is the most we have since 2000s. And hopefully the next time we come, we will have more of drivers, or hopefully everybody will show up. So you can see that this legislation in front of us is against everything that we stand for. There is nothing wrong with the CBNC that, we don't mind paying $100, $200 to renew our CBNC. This is what makes us to work and give us license for the City of Atlanta, work at the airport. And if you look what's happening in Atlanta downtown, where the CBNC has no effective whatsoever, if you are in front of the hotel waiting for 4 to 5 hours, no doorman will give you a trip. Even the passenger requested a taxi. They will give them the trip to private cars. We have lawlessness in the City of Atlanta, especially downtown, except Atlanta Airport. And what's happening is that people are putting dome lights. They're putting taxi names, and they're not licensed. They don't have a proper commercial insurance. And they are working every day and making trips. And when you call the city—
Time's expired.
The time's expired?
Sorry.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next will be Muhyiddin Abdi. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you for calling me. Thank you. Already my friend is telling me what I'm supposed to say. Therefore, I second by Sufyan, my friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next will be Samson Abebe. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, President and the council members. I want to thank the City Council for over the years support for the industry. We've been here through several previous administrations, and we always get a fair shake when we came here. So I want to thank for that. Today with this legislation, by the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Samson Abebe. I'm manager of Omega Taxi Company. I've been involved with this industry for over 25 years. So our company was not consulted when this legislation was passed, went through. We found out through the drivers when it was posted at the airport. That's not what normally is. Things are happening. We had taxi company associations before COVID, and then after COVID, there was a lot of changes. After that, we were kind of got weakened a little bit. So that's, I think, is what happened. But with this legislation, the first impression I got from it was completely is going to destroy the industry, because a taxi is like a landmark, and it's known. The previous gentleman tried to mention it. It's a known brand. So there was like trying to take away the dome lights. It will completely change the game. The first impression I got with this was the changes proposed, it looks like we are trying to look like Uber, and instead of Uber trying to obey with the city council rules and regulation 162. We tried that before. Uber, even with the state legislators, Uber refused and said they are not transportation company, they are a technology company. They got their way, and we're here today. So the proposal, most of it eliminates the dome, it eliminates the taximeter, even though it was put as a taximeter but when in the rule book in 162 in the city ordinance, taximeter was inspected and sealed, and it is connected to the car. So it will calculate the time and the distance. It's, so it worked fine so far. I don't think any driver or complaining about that. Even the ground transportation at the airport or the taxi bureau is not complaining about that, because even when they do inspection at the airport, they check, there is a meter inspection that to make sure that it will show the rate correctly. And the drivers have to drive around a certain distance, a mile. When they come back, it should show a certain amount of the fare there. So there was a purpose for it, to put the meter on. And the other changes proposed, and also the city in the rule books, it has each company, the taxi company has its own color. There was a purpose for it too, because so it would not open the door so anybody can come in with any kind of color to work in the city. Because back in when we had a director, Malachi, there were some local cabs coming into the city even though, they put the taxi and the logo there, but, there was a purpose for it when they came up with that. Now, and it looks good from outside when it says, okay, if a driver buys a different kind of black or a blue color car, and he can put it in a taxi, but the saving compared to if this legislation passed, what it brings to the industry, the confusion, the cab is not being recognized. It would have like most of the companies now have a white color. So if I have like 3 different colors or 4 or 5 different colors that the drivers are driving, that would even confuse the customers, and it's hard to regulate. And the only saving the drivers would have is when they originally, bring it to be a taxi. That would be like if they had to paint it probably $400 or $500 that the one time they have it comes out of their pocket. So, but it's gonna completely change the industry. So that's not acceptable to me, to even to my company, and the dome light is just ridiculous. If you don't have a dome light and you don't recognize the taxi. We have Ubers. I mean, the people I talked to, they said, oh, we have a logo on the side and the CPNC on the side, and why do we need the logo, the dome light? But that's not it. That's just a brand. When the customer comes out from the airport and they go to ground transportation on the west curb, they're looking for a taxi. If you don't have anything on the top to show it's a taxi, how do they recognize it? And the people that come out of the airport, they don't use, for whatever reason, they don't use, if they want an Uber, they will call Uber. They don't come to the west curb. They come to the west curb if they need a taxi or if they need a shuttle or some other form of transportation. If they need a taxi, they go to the taxi line. Everybody has a dome light, a logo, the CPNCs are fixed, everything is there. So it's not like we are dealing, also there are, passengers that say, they don't want to use the app. They want to go the traditional way. So you're taking away all those people's, rights to choose. If we don't want to be, we don't want to be Uber. If anybody want to drive Uber, they can go drive Uber. But why change the taxi industry to make it look like Uber? It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. So I urge you not to change, to accept this legislation. I know a council member proposed, almost proposed to hold it, but this is what we're facing. It's, since Uber came in our city, that we lost the city business completely. Now, if you go to Marquee, which is a popular hotel, you have private cars parked on a taxi stand. When they call a taxi, if the doorman calls a taxi, I've seen private cars, they put up a magnetic dome light, just a dome light, and go pick up a passenger. This is what's going on. They don't have a taxi tag. They don't have a logo on the side. They just, private car, private tag, they just go pick up. So you have all kind of thing going on. It created a mess, and even for the council, if there is, we used to have a taxi inspectors in the city and at the airport. Now we don't have that. That was they were assigned to work only at the airport, but We need them in the city because they keep, enforcing the law. So please, if we can get the inspectors, to go back out in the city and work and enforce the ordinance of 162, that would be great for the industry. I know you helped us before.
It's expired.
But please do again.
Thank you. Next will be Segazab Gurmazagi. Apologies. Segazab Gurmazagi. Okay, next will be Sines Saint Hilaire. You cannot give, you can either speak or you can pass. You can't give time at this point, I'm sorry. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, gentlemen. You give me time, just to thank you very much. And what I'm asking for, all this, our friends, they just explained it. I'm supporting, and I've been working for more than 25 years. And we met Anthony Lewis, transportation chairman. Thank you for last time increasing about the price. Then what we need, all, the top light taxi as our brand, and the meter, which is accountability, transparency with customers, and logo, which is our price, and the regulation, which is city ordinance. All these things, it helping to customers and taxi drivers like ambassador. The city, which is everybody, when they don't know about Atlanta, we just tell them about Atlanta. So we consider it about like ambassadors. So I'm just to make it short, all this, we're asking only for 10 years, from 7 years to 10 years. With this economy, everybody knows it's hurting us. So the only one, is this legislation, it's going to help. It's not going to help us, especially just you guys in March 27. I think some of them, they prove it, but I'm glad, you're giving us chance to explain our, experience, and we'll let you know from now on, we're gonna have our leader, we're gonna meet you, and we're gonna tell you in detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next will be Kehinde Omoyumi. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Mr. President.
Oh, sorry,
Wow.
Councilmember,
Thank
before.
you. Mr. President, while he is coming, I would like to offer myself to our colleague to sit with these gentlemen, and this is our first, some of us, this is our first time hearing about this, so we definitely want to be involved with the council member so that we can work this very serious issue out. Thank you.
Mr. O, Mr. Oyewumi, you have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody, the council members and the council president. Whosoever that comes up with this legislation that we are talking about hates our business and he hates the cab drivers. And the fact that these legislation that we are talking about was rushed up to this point without involving the drivers and the company owners simply means that whosoever that is pushing it is doing it for a personal gain. The kind of gain that is looking for, I might not know now, but I know quite all right that this is not for the benefit of the drivers. It is not for the benefit of these industries. It is not for the benefit of our business. The legal definition of taxi cab in Atlanta was written very boldly and clearly in the state of Georgia's website. It involves taximeter. So I don't know why somebody will think taking all these things away will be a benefit for the passengers that we give our services to. All these things that they wanted to take away is already available with the Uber and Lyft. Whosoever that wants this can go to Uber. We don't want to be Uber. We don't want to be Lyft. We are taxi cabs, and we like it that way. All these, the airport inspections, don't do inspection. I don't know why somebody will come up with this idea. The Atlanta airport is the busiest airport in the world. So I don't know why.
Time's expired. Thank you. Next is Yaman Hagos. Yamani Hagos. Thank you. Next will be Chuck Imanalo. Oh, Councilor Overstreet, do you want to speak before Mr. Imanalo?
Chair Amos, I think that for the most part, well, first of all, I am going to take my name off for now because I do feel that we need to dive deeper and figure out exactly what it is that is not right about the legislation. So at the appropriate time, we will do that.
We will get to the legislation when we get to it.
Yeah, and I think Councilmember Lewis also.
Mr. Lewis, do you have something briefly?
Yeah.
I second that. I want to take my name off this legislation in the same way. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a lot of people to get to, so let's keep going. First of all, let me just back up one step. Imani Hagos, were you here? Sorry, you said that you were, okay. So next is Chuck Imanalo. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me thank them for caring enough to understand our situation. First of all, this legislation is mainly one-sided. In the whole world, the word taxi is spelled the same way. And every city you go, you see a taxi cab with sign and all over with the same paint. I don't see why once somebody would like to water everything down. By making everybody to come to airport without a painted vehicle means that it's trying to water the whole industry down. This is industry, I've been in industry for a long time. If there's anything there that I believe that needs to be done is to maintain the standard of the taxi industry, having a straight-up mirror, painted vehicle with taxi sign, which has been the origin of taxi all over the whole world. So for somebody coming up here for us to use our cell phone as a mirror and all those stuff is what I can't understand up till now. I was bewildered when I heard about this legislation, and that's why I deemed it necessary to be here today to make sure that we maintain the normal taxi standard we've been having for the past 10 years I've been driving. So far, like I said, that legislation is one-sided. Other company owners don't even know about this. How can they pass a decision when other company owners don't even know about it? Only one company owner is pushing for this, just to control the whole industry by himself. So I stand here strongly saying that we'll be happy for you guys to maintain this the way it is.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next will be Kase Kadan, or Kadani. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you for the opportunity you gave to me. My name is Kasai Kinane. Recently, I saw this article 24/0/1031. To me, it's like sudden death. I haven't seen anything in favor of all these cab drivers. The only thing I can do, I can buy, is, except 10 years, I can go with that one. Other than that, the whole thing, I saw it. I don't know why. This is another Uber to us, to our taxi industry, despite we are struggling to survive. So please, kindly requesting, I believe you guys are on our favor. We are family leaders. We have so many intellectual children. We are family, all of our family leaders. So we like to continue like the way we are in airport. We are ambassadors, like someone mentioned it. So again, we have all the tools we need as a cab. We have GPS, our cellular phone, we have squares, we have all things we needed. So I don't think we need anything besides we have it, which we've been doing excellent job. We are working under the City of Atlanta Taxi Bureau. In airport, we have GT, ground transportation. We have all the monitors, all the supervisors, in case we have any unacceptable customer service. We are so many bodies controlling us. So kindly, again, requesting you guys to understand what we are requesting. Other than that, the legislation which I saw it, please disregard it. It's not in our favor. Thank you very much for all this.
Thank you. Next will be Afshanafi Hay. Ashanafi Hay. Due to yielded time, you have up to 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Dr. Shipman, Council President. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, drivers. Good afternoon, drivers. Thank you. We are here today to address our opinion about the memorandum to be passed as legislation. 4 points mentioned. Thanks God, one of our friends came here. You are great-hearted people. You have concerned about us. Thank you. We saw this memorandum last week. We don't have any clue about it. It mentions that in the news, anything, everything. We don't have any access for that for the time being because we are busy trying to support our family. So the 4 things: 1, top light, meter, and the paint of the taxi. The meter is a very good thing. It's international. You know, this is the greatest city, Atlanta, and the busiest and the biggest airport in the world. The most clean airport, Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. We are working there. We are working in the city of Atlanta, or all over Georgia, of course. These are the most important places for us. We give to our will the best services to the passengers who are coming to our cab and to the city. The guests, lucky enough, Atlanta has 2 ambassadors: the downtown ambassadors and the taxi drivers. You know, we explained to the guests amazing things about our state, Georgia, and the city of Atlanta and the neighboring cities and towns. We explained to them, this is the best place. Come and invest, come and live. Just to mention to you, it's not for me credit, but really I said this one day,
the Chick-fil-A vice president came to my cab, and while I was giving him a ride, we were going to Dunwoody. He saw downtown, he saw Midtown, he saw Atlantic City, and Bucket. I was trying to explain to him whenever he asked me, how many downtowns you have? We have more than 5. Downtown, Midtown is downtown, Atlantic City is downtown, but we are as one downtown. This is the capital city of the world. Maybe you saw it on display, Chick-fil-A displays that Atlanta is the capital city of downtown. It was my view, my statement, but they took it. I am happy. It's not credit I need. My view is taken. So why am I here? To stand for the right of the drivers, to make sure you understood that this thing is not in our knowledge. And thank you for understanding the problem. Number 1, meter, top light, flat fares, all are explained on the taxi, the logo, everything. Something sometimes happens between drivers and passengers, right? And we call the law enforcement. When they come, they see the meter, they ask the passenger, what happened? This happened. But we see this much is the meter fare. Do you pay him? No. Pay this fare. Sometimes drivers make mistake. They fix it. So what we are addressing to you again is, you see these drivers, you know that they have children, and their children are in the high schools, elementary high schools, colleges, and universities. They graduated. You know that they are contributing to Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, and the United States of America, right? Who brought them to this level? Restless drivers who don't have enough sleep. They are working to support their family, to contribute to the country, of course. We are trying to support our lives and contributing to the country. So, as you all are concerned and mentioned this time, our life is your concern. If you become unemployed, our families will be in trouble. I admire you giving us this time, opening this opportunity to discuss about the memorandum. Please don't pass it as a legislation. It doesn't help us. It doesn't support anything. We need the meter. We need the top light. We don't need extra charging devices. The tablet, the cell phone. It's not fair. I have my cell phone. I put it on my side. The customer doesn't see how much I'm charging him. At the end of the ride, I'll tell him $97. What do you think he's saying? What? $97? Are you robbing me? I cannot pay for more than $40. What can I do? The law enforcement comes. I show him this much. This is not clear to the customer. Can you fix it? So please keep the system as it is. Let it run the way it is running. We are glad you are concerned. You gave us this time. You take it serious. Thank you for considering the case this way. Thank you for telling us you will resolve it. I hope 100% it will go back to the normal. In our side drivers, we are most responsible people. It's not easy to take someone from one place to another place. They trust us. They trust us. They have to go safe. They have to pay the right fare. We do that all the time, right? Thank you. I don't want to take any further time. This is more than enough. Thank you again. God bless you.
Thank you. Next will be Mohammed Diaby. Mohammed Diaby? Nope. Next will be Van Dyke Howard. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Councilman, glad to be able to come here. I've been a cab driver for about 18 years. And when I see how the cab business been around for a long time, they have used the meters, By being as a taxi driver, we have to go through the proper procedures of making sure that everything is legal. We get our, I would say, the CPNC number. We have to purchase that. We purchase the taximeters. We have to purchase the dome, the light. Also, we have to do a background check to make sure that we are legal. As for all the other, like Uber and Lyft, I don't know what they do to become what they are. But I know that we have to go through proper procedures to make sure that we are legit. I don't know if you ever heard this saying, if it's already fixed, don't try to fix it. If it's already in place, don't try to advance it to make it better when it's already taken care of what it needs to take care of. By being a cab driver, my CPNC number, they recognize that we are a taxi. The meter, when we are picking up passengers, recognize that their price is going to be on the meter, and they see it. And they recognize it, that it's the legitimate price, that we're not trying to, how would you say, cheat them or try to take advantage of them. When they see the taxis with their meters on, they see the price of going from the international, whether it's to Alpharetta, Gainesville, they see the price. But if they have an app that they don't see, or something that they're trying to come up making new, they get confused, they get upset, then there's a little disagreement there. But we don't need that as taxi drivers. We need to keep everything legit as it has always been. Our sticker that goes on the bumper of the back of the car is legal to go inside the airport. Everything is being checked, the meter. I'm trying to come to understand why does that has to be changed when it's already taken care of its business that it's supposed to do. Like I said, all of the cab drivers are here because they done all the things they need to do to be a taxi driver. So, in this, I believe personally that it's not, when that is taken from us, of getting new cars, trying to get something that's make things, how would you say, more better, when it really doesn't need to be changed. But because someone else that may be in the darkness trying to come in and make a change without us knowing what's going on, without even coming into some type of agreement with the taxi drivers, doing things in the darkness because they're trying to make a profit. Well, with the taxi drivers, which we are entrepreneurs, we're businessmen, and we out here making a living doing the right thing. I want to say to councilmen, every one of you, that the decision that they're trying to change shouldn't be changed, okay? Like I said, I've been a taxi driver for a long time, and I'm sure a lot of the taxi drivers have been doing taxis for a long time as well. They're taking care of their families. We would like for everything to remain the meter. They can see it. They will not be, we're doing a public service of letting those people come in to take a taxi, they need to see how much the price is. We're not trying to con anyone or trying to get over on anyone. And I thank you for allowing me to speak as an entrepreneur, as a taxi driver, as someone who is holding up to the way of the city, the way they want us to go. And I appreciate you all from listening. God bless you.
Thank you. Next will be Kafi Adan. Due to yield of time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy what happened so far, so good, because all what I'm to say is already said. But I would like to add two things. One is this legislation or this rule that's already approved on 27th of last month is opposite, is against us, is against our income, is against our business. All these taxi cab drivers who are sitting here is the hard working people, which is also behind them is families, mothers, sisters, not only here in America, and we also out of the country, because we leave our countries a long time ago, and our family is still, extended family is still there, and we have to support them to send them money every single month. Therefore, losing their jobs or losing their business is absolutely unacceptable. Number two, I'd like to add one other more thing is, there is a ordinance, City of Atlanta ordinance, made by, or make rules for all taxi drivers, like we have to have background check, we have to have a car of 7 years old, we have to be clean, we have to be dressed properly. We are the image of the city in regard for international airports and domestics. We are the people like it to serve us, to take us as a business because they trust us more than anybody else. Any Uber or any Lyft. Uber and Lyft are trying to overtake us, but they can't because we show them they cannot, because we're doing the right things and the right time and the right place. That is what we have to be here on survival for any obstacle that we come to. For this legislation that this happened before, we disagree. We don't. Is there anyone for you guys, taxi cab, agree with this? No. Anybody? No. Therefore, in front of you is city councils. Let them know. Is anybody wants this regulation? No. No. Say no. No. Okay. Okay. That's it for me. I don't need more time. I request you, all the councils, to consider this and kill this legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next will be Abdul Hakim Mahmoud. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak today for front of my cab drivers. On behalf of Cascade Cab Company, today we're talking about, this is what happened, this registration, because cab drivers, they don't need, to pass this registration because they don't benefit anything about it, especially top light. Top light is, international law. As you see all over the world, you see the top on the roof, you see the top light, which is a taxi. There's another thing, as a company, nobody informed us to this registration. Last time we got one of our brother, Sufyan, is the one, brought all this cab driver, to against this new legislation. But they don't need it. They don't benefit. They don't get anything from them. Yeah. They need as is, before. The one thing, this is the only thing place in airport left for us. Even by myself, I'm a driver. I've been driving more than 20 years. I would request, Councilman Anthony Lewis, to, this thing work on it as cab driver. They love you as, to help have you done before everything, Thank you, appreciate about that. Also, we're talking about, one company cannot control all the other company because every company has permit, airport permit, city permit, and state permit. But when it's one company needs to bring the idea, they have to talk to other company, and let them know, we do have this thing, just we're gonna work together. But nobody inform us. That's why we are against this legislation, which is meter, top light, even the inspection, because every cab driver has to have an inspection, because the inspection to control the mirror, how it's work meter, how they clean the car. If you see the cab driver cars, looks like much better than Uber. I remember one day I was sitting in a hotel, somebody called Uber, then they changed their mind. They called me. They say, oh, looks like very nice car, this, cab driver. Thank you very much.
Next will be Gourmet Tekel. You'll have up to 10 minutes to yield time.
I might need 20 minutes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Gourmet Tekel. I came to America 42 years ago. I drove taxi for more than 35 years with happiness. This city is a great city, international city, and a pleasure place to work. Long time ago, when I started driving taxi, we used to buy a car for $125. Put sign, magnetic sign, go to work. Now, today, we spend 50, 60, some of them even $70,000 they bought. This great city that we're serving is a pleasure. Now, you don't see no raggedy car, you don't see no bad car, you don't see anything. The most cleanest car. Last month, I went to Turkey to fix my teeth, and I went over there first thing I see is taxi. I saw taxis, yellow taxis. You have choice of Uber if you want to. I compared the price. Taxi was cheaper. I took from the airport to the hotel for cheaper price with a taxi. When I come back, everywhere they go. Taxis everywhere. Taxi is symbol. Taxi is grandfather's something symbol. Now, one thing I might share you something. This is international city. People coming from India, people coming from Africa, people coming from. They don't even know what Uber means. They don't even know what application for a ride means. The first thing they do is coming, see the sign, top sign. It say taxi. Are you taxi? Yes. Come on in. Can you take me to there? Thank God, to GPS. Where are you going to, sir or madam? Yes, we're going this place. We put it on we calculate the minute, we calculate the miles. It costs you this much. My experience, most of them I gave them, they tell me, wow, you are an excellent person. You gave me accuracy money. That is what I need. They are so happy. Gentlemen, when I drove this taxi here, I have got lots of customers. Most of them, they passed away in 35 years. They are still here. I can name it for you. In Buckhead, in Perimeter Mall area, in Outwards. Jeremiah, can you call me? Can you come pick me up by this day an hour? Yes, I'll be there. But it's going to be early morning, for 4 o'clock in the morning. No problem. I'll be there. Get up, 1 o'clock in the morning, take a shower, tell my wife to fix me lunch, which I ate my food, and she fixed me up. I go to pick up. They appreciate it. Then I drop them off nicely. This taxi is a symbol, international symbol. You go to Germany, you see taxi. What is the purpose of destroying this taxi? Who is behind it? One day, my son, which is very successful son, he's working in California, he's engineer. Dad, I don't want you to take me to the airport. I'm going to go by myself, I'll take Uber. Then he said, Thomas, don't worry, I'll take you. No, Dad, I care about you. You've been working until night, and I don't want you to get up in the morning, take me to the airport. Okay? Then, okay. He called Uber. This is real witness, I'm telling you. As soon as he got the Uber, after like 4 or 5 miles he traveled, my son called me in my language, Tigrinya, Dad, yes, this car is smelling marijuana. I told him, son, don't ever talk to him anything, just keep quiet. If you're really dangerous, get off on the gas station, I'll come get you. If not, go straight, don't talk to him anything, say thank you and get out. This hardworking, law-abiding people, I guarantee you, I give you my neck. None of them take drug, or none of them take anything unnecessary abuse stuff. Hardworking people, they will work hard. Most of them, if you ask each one of them, how many hours you work? They work more than 8, 10 hours, 12 hours a day. They're hardworking, they win their life. We don't want to beg penny from no one. One day, let me share you my experience. Jeremiah, yes. Can you borrow money? I'd rather not. I don't want to borrow. I work hard. I work in Burger King, washing dish when I came to America before I clear my speech. I work hard in Treasure Chest Advertising Company, work hard 12 hours a day. I busted my back and go home to sleep. How many times I go from Lakewood to, back then it was Lennox train station. I sleep in the train because I was so hard working. And I get up, I am where I am. To Ashby train station. I used to live in Ashby, Simpson Road, when I came to America. That much hardworking people. That is me, those people here. We are the same symbols. We are hardworking people. We don't need to be pressed by anything like that. We are hardworking. We are law-abiding people. And if legislation passed something this way, 1,600 cab drivers, they're going to be out of business. They're going to be going to welfare station. They're going to collect welfare. I guarantee you this is going to be really the worst. I want you to consider all these people here, hardworking people, honest people. Let me, one thing before I close, before my time is finished. You see how last year, my sister invited us for dinner with my family, and that was Saturday afternoon, and Friday in the evening, I carried this person, I forgot his name, I dropped him at the Midtown. When my sister invited me for lunch, I checked my car before anything happened. I found small brown bag with the passport, 10,000 American currency, and a lot of valuable stuff. Oh, this guy here, poor man. I have to go back, take him to his place. If he was here today, he would be a good witness. I went over there and knocked his door. Sir, do you remember me? No? You don't recognize me? Last night, who brought you to home? He said, I don't remember, I was tired. I get up the brown bag. Is this yours? Yes, yes, yes. He was so happy. Where are you from? I am from Africa. In Africa, we don't take nobody penny. We use our money to eat. Then he grabbed that bag. Let me give you $500. That $500, I will take it. You gave it to me on your own. But besides, I cannot take anything. That's why I brought you here today. My honesty. These fellow friends, I guarantee you, one of them, if he lost anything, they'll bring it back to you. How many of them they lost? How many of them they lost $10? How many of them they lost bag of something? How many of them they lost cell phone? They call, give it to them. How many of them they lost cell phone? I return it back to them. Thank you guys. This is my 10th time coming down here. We're glad to see your beautiful face. We love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be George Seda. George Seda. You'll have up to 8 minutes.
Thank you, council ladies. Thank you, councilmen. Thank you for this privilege for me to express some of the issues that have been spoken over here. And thank you, Anthony, for always being with us. I'd like to thank the drivers, because we had about 500 drivers who were concerned and were here. Almost 15 people who have spoken over here, their speeches were almost the same. The reason why we came over here was because our livelihood was at stake. Some of the languages that has been used in this proposed legislation were pretty much unfair. And let me first of all start with the word that was used over here, comparing us with Uber and Lyft. If you look at the introduction of this legislation, they talked about they want, or they are trying to have an equal level playing field between us and the Uber and Lyft and the rest of our mode of transportation, which include limousine as well. If you look at our function or the way we communicate with our passengers, a taxi cab driver communicating with their passenger is totally different from how the rest of our others communicate with our passengers, especially Uber and Lyft. A taxi cab driver communicating with their passenger is more personal and friendly than the rest of others. And first of all, then, if you look at how we charge our passengers, we charge our passengers by negotiation between a driver and the passenger. And it is at the destination of a passenger is when we get our pay. Whereas our competitors, their prices are discussed or are agreed or arranged in central pool. The driver has got nothing to do with the money the passenger is going to pay. And how can we have equal level playing field when you compare how the taxi driver communicates with their passenger? And we are more friendly with the passenger than the rest. And that's why we have repeat customers. And several drivers here have got many special. I got so many special in this city. In other words, when I drop a passenger at their destination, they ask me for, can I have your card so that you come and pick me next time? Why? It's because of the excellent service. It's because of the way we communicate with the passenger is more personal. Now, this legislation is proposed, if you look at it in details, it benefits only a certain individual company. The rest of our company did not have any input at all. The drivers did not have any input into this. Now, my fellow drivers here have been the pillar of this city. During the COVID, this city was deserted, the airport was deserted, there was no service at all. But these guys here hung around all through period of COVID and gave the excellent service to the people to their various destinations. Now, I look at one statement here in the proposed legislation, which was terribly dangerous. They proposed to eliminate a taximeter or a dome light. Dome light is the identity of taxi cab all over the world. If you go to Japan, you're going to find, if you want a transportation, you're looking for a car with a top light, which is written a taxi. That is the symbol all over the world. You go to Europe, you don't have to ask. You're just looking at the vehicles. If it has got a top light, that is a taxi. Now, this legislation proposes that a dome light has to be eliminated. I read it here, and it said dome light should be eliminated. And that is the way we contact our passengers. Now, that is something that's ridiculous, and that's the reason why you find this aisle was totally filled up with almost 500 taxi cabs, and the whole day they have not worked because they were concerned with all these proposals. And as a matter of fact, this legislation was proposed during their absence. They were not represented. The cab company owners that have spoken over here, they have explained clearly that they were not informed to contribute to these changes. These changes were not called for. As a matter of fact, we even intersected the CP&C renewal fee, which was also proposed to be abolished or to be canceled. And that is the investment of all these drivers here. And the city would have no benefit if at all that CP&C was abolished or was canceled. We only pleaded with them when we saw the proposed legislation sent to us after they have voted for it, and it was just going to be canceled. Now they reinstated it back because we said, under no circumstances shall we accept CP&C renewal $100 to be canceled. So, gentlemen, with all those remarks, it was even stated that although they gave us 10 years car age limit, which of course we have asked for several times, Anthony has been really a proponent of our support of those proposals. But in due respect, we do ask that you don't pass this legislation. And I like you, Guy, for having been patient, for showing yourself here. This CP&C, as you understand, in 1981, when it was introduced, a 4-digit number was not available here. Now, in order for you to work at that airport, you must have a 4-digit CP&C number. And if it was abolished, as it was proposed, then where else would you work? And therefore, thank you so much for showing up here. We do appreciate your concern, and we ask you kindly, council members, to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Sharmek Yunus.
Sorry?
Next will be Sharmek Yunus. Oh. Next will be Lightning Ray. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, council members. I'm Lightning Ray. I'm the founder and CAO of Bravework. I meant to call into my NPU meeting a few weeks ago, but I got my days mixed up, so I figured I'd take a mulligan here. I originally intended to come down here and express my frustration with the placement of a new Ike Smart City kiosk at the intersection of 2nd Avenue and Hosea Williams Drive. My frustration with the kiosk is similar to an issue that came up in 2019 when a vacant lot on the street I live on was going to be subdivided to allow a developer to stuff 3,000 square foot homes on a lot where one large house would clearly have been more appropriate and in kind with the neighborhood, which is a term I learned at that point. The lot was overgrown. The signage to alert the zoning request was essentially invisible. I received a letter in the mail regarding the zoning review board meeting, which was how I was made aware of the situation. I wrote everybody on the city hall a letter after that went through, and I wrote Mayor Bottoms a letter as well. I don't know what happened, but the lot has not yet been developed. I'm a musician by nature, and I would like to take a moment to pay my respects to the late Rico Wade and offer my condolences to his friends and family. I attempted to watch a documentary about the group Organized Noise last night. It's not available. Thinking about that jogged my memory about a documentary I watched about the late Maynard Jackson. I'm here to propose that lot be somehow acquired and turned into a memorial garden and community learning center. The lot sits on a corner right before 2nd Avenue heading west on Memorial Drive. There's a great deal of visibility. It's essentially a blank canvas. I think it would be an amazing location to create something unique that could stand the test of time. I would love to see that happen instead of allowing yet another developer to drastically alternate the landscape and character of the neighborhood just to turn a quick buck, or in this case, an extremely slow one. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Henry Jordan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Give not to the Spirit of God, everyone that's here. Give her of the fruit of her hands, and let her own works praise her in the gates. Proverbs 31:31. The word created the income. To seek to obey God's word will create the income by giving me the fruit of my hands. James Griff rejected me to be his wife because he rejected the desire to be a Christ-like husband. Cursed be he that taketh reward to slay an innocent person. And all the people shall say amen. Deuteronomy 27, chapter 25th verse. By affirming amen, the representatives were agreeing to a self-malediction, calling a curse upon themselves and their tribe. If they offend in preference to the particular law that was implied in the formula. The thief cometh not but forth to steal, to kill, and destroy. I am come that they might have life, and that they might have it more abundantly. St. John 10:10. Good shepherd, when Jesus uses this terminology, thoughtful Jews remember Psalms 23. The Lord is my shepherd. Now understand, Jesus claimed to be God, making decisions to obey God's word, created the income, not the practice of injustice. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. Revelation 13:10. God will punish those who do evil. You told Jesus you didn't desire the gift to operate. By refusing to give Christ the glory and me the income, lacks the practice of love. Jesus saved us from serving Satan. Jesus let the people know that you will fight for me. I must stand for Christ for what he want to do in me, protection of his people, because I don't want any blood on my hand. So I have to fight for what Christ want to do in me and has done in me. And you deny it, but Christ has done it.
Thank you. Next is Shefara Safiu. Next is Ben Izukoli. Next is Robbie Caban.
Thank you. I've waited about 3.5 hours to give 2 minutes regarding animal control. I've actually reached out to my councilman, Antonio Lewis Pryor. He referred me to Fulton County Board of Commissioners. I went to the Board of Commissioners regarding the animal control contract, which you know is with Lifeline Animal Project. And I'm sure you've seen the news with the screaming matches that has been ongoing. And I'm sure if the animals could speak for themselves and if maybe the public understood the confusing structure of animal control, they would probably be here. I commend these people coming to defend their rights and their livelihood. I don't know who's going to speak for the animals on our streets. I'm not sure that the public understands the way the IGA is written, the intergovernment agreement, or that Fulton County is an intermediary with 15 cities, Atlanta being one of them. I'm one of your constituents. I live in Atlanta. I live in Fulton County. I operate an online advocacy forum, and because of that, multiple whistleblowers from Fulton County Animal Services, Lifeline Animal Project have contacted me continuously throughout the years, advising of severe mismanagement, including failure to pick up animals that are injured, failure to document bite records properly, severe animal abuse in the kennel, severe rampant drug use on the facility premises during operating hours. I've sent these links to you. They've given me audio, images, video footage, emails, leaked audio from a recent HR meeting with the Lifeline CEO, Rebecca Gwynn. You have this in an email dated today. You have previous emails. No one has responded, but I did resend it today at 11:32 a.m. I'm happy to answer any questions with anyone. The whistleblowers are afraid to come forward, or they would be here, or they'll get blacklisted in the industry because Lifeline has become a monopoly due to our 2 main county contracts that are large. But it is unsafe to leave our streets with this mismanagement. Please don't make Atlanta taxpayers like me pay for services unrendered. We've told the Board of Commissioners they're failing to act.
Thank you. Next will be Raynard Burrell. Raynard Burrell. Next will be Alan Lee. Next will be Mohammed Mia. Next will be Kevin Ross. Next will be Rick Hewitt. Next will be DeJuan Robinson. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Welcome back, Council. I hope each and every last one of you had a great break. Just the FYI, when it comes to taxi, our late great council member C.T. Martin was a big fan of taxi. I don't know what all was going on with this, but I was outside talking to some people from the administration, and they were on board with taxi and everybody else to try to figure out what's going on. So I don't want the news outlet to see that and just think that the administration was against it, because I don't know, but I just wanted to convey that, because some of the people that I spoke with wanted to make sure that that message got across. And as I was speaking to one of the longtime Atlanta native, we were talking about the late great C.T. Martin, and they mentioned that to me. Miss Williams, Atlanta native, 75 years old, right, Miss Williams? 73, your husband 80. 76. Miss Williams lived right behind the beautiful restaurant. Miss Williams was duped, Miss Norwood, by a contractor that they looked and seen that Miss Williams' house was paid for 40 years. Manipulated Miss Williams, taking out a loan on her house, She paid the contractor some money up front, and the contractor ran off. So what you see there is how her house used to look, and he gutted the lady whole house and just skipped away with the money. Ms. Williams, for 2 years, has been having to drive to the Kroger's down on Cascade and go to the Beautiful sometime and use the bathroom, her and her husband. I just got wind of this about 2 weeks ago. I went to see Ms. Williams, and she's been living in these conditions for 2 years, like roof messed up on her house. You want to tell them what's going on, Ms. Williams?
First, I want to thank God for being here and before you all. I've been in my house over 40 years, and this contractor came, knocked on my door. I had work need to be did on the house, and he told me he can do the work in 180 days. He gonna get the loan, he gonna do the turnkey, he gonna do everything. I ain't got to do nothing but give him the money when the check is wired to my bank. Here the receipt. When the money came, he called me. He said, I know the money's in your account now. You got to give me 50% of the work. It's going to be, he gave me an estimate, $120,000 to do the work. He said, you give me $60,000 and I'm going to finish. I wrote the 2 checks to him. I gave him the first check, $35,000. He came back in January 2022. He said, I need the other 25%. I gave him the $25,000. And my work still ain't got started. I called myself, when you gonna get started? You got the money. He sent 3 guys, workmen out there. They gutted my house out, and I've been homeless since. And all he did was tore my roof out, tore the ceiling out, tore the walls out. That's all he did. Nothing else. And it's going on 3 years. This started in 2021, and I've been out my house all this time. And now they said they got him in jail because he been going around doing it to a lot of elderly people. They say he in Cobb County jail now, and I can't get my money back, and my house still not fixed. And I want my house to get back in my house.
So, counsel, what I'm asking you guys today, it's not your fault what happened to Ms. Williams, but if we have some partners that can probably donate some sheetrock. We put it online. Some people said they'll do the free work. We just need some materials to get in there. I got one of my friends to donate a porta potty because, like I said, she having to drive all the way down to Kroger's to use the bathroom. And once again, we got people that'll do the free work. But this type of things are going on all over the city, as you guys know. Just so happened somebody informed me about it. So I don't know what we can put in place when it comes to this. The gentleman is locked up now. We reached out to Gwinnett County. I think Gwinnett County said he is locked up because one of the senior citizens in Gwinnett County knew somebody and they pressed charges on him right away. So I just brought Ms. Williams here to tell her story because she wanted to come. I think she was confused if Councilman Boone or Ms. Overstreet was her. Councilman, yes, ma'am, that's him. And she just wanted to come down here and just talk because, like I said, we got people that are willing to do the service for free. She just needs the material, and I know sometimes we have partners with the city of Atlanta that can help her. And I'm just asking, if we could get that because they've been kind of homeless going on 3 years, and they have this little 1-bedroom in there. It's a small space where got space heaters and stuff in there, but the house not wired up. But that particular area, she got someone to wire that part up. And we just asking for you guys to just, if we can, find someone that can donate the rest of the material because when she took the money out, the rest of the money that she didn't give him, she got to pay a mortgage now, which, her house was paid off for 40 years, but she got to pay a mortgage now. And I know it's not any of our responsibility when people knock at senior doors and they take advantage of them and manipulate them to take out these second mortgages. I don't know what we can put in place for that or how much jail time or whatever because, we all know they're not going to get the money back. Once these guys get away, they're not going to give the money back. But it has to be something that we put in place to ensure jail time when it comes to this because so many seniors are falling a victim to prey to this. And it's, it's more than what we think. And I just think that's the only thing that we can control. Because like I said, we can't police that situation. But I think that we can put some legislation in place that will hold the perpetrators accountable. So I just thank you guys, and I just hope that we can try to get her some remedy, and just try to get her some sheetrock and some things that can get her back in our house. Because like I said, we do have people that are willing to do the labor. Thank you guys. Is there anything else, Ms. Williams?
Just want to thank you all for listening. And the GoFundMe, they gave me $850 in the GoFundMe, but I need some flooring, sheetrocking, installation. I already paid for all the plumbing, the electric, all that been did. It just ain't got no walls or nothing.
Councilman Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to give you a quick suggestion is to contact Atlanta Legal Aid. Have you talked to them? Okay, because I know back in the day when people had those bad fleet mortgages, there was Atlanta Legal Aid that helped get a lot of the people out of those situations. Okay.
Legal Aid, she been talking to him for last.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, and I know Mr. Faroki is, Councilman Faroki is gone, but I just wanted to make sure that, I know he took time out with his family. Ms. Norwood, I heard you was away too. I didn't know if you were, I'm saying you, if your husband had some issues, but I didn't know you was here today, so I was gonna say that, because they said you was gone, so I didn't know if something was going on, but I'm glad you're here today. Glad you're here today.
No, just had a bum ankle.
Yeah.
And I haven't been able to walk for 3 weeks.
Yes.
Thank you. Next will be Margie McLeod. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I'm here again. I know y'all look all fresh, look good, got a lot of rest. I'm here again because we know we need the rent control. It's getting out of hand. I met a family with homeless with 3 children. I had a film because I want the little boy. He's like 7 years old. And this is what he want to talk to the mayor. He said, the mayor, this is what I want, food. I want a house. I met him on Cascade. They were sitting outside public asking for money. They had to pay $75 a day at the hotel. And I'm looking at, we're saying that we're helping the people, but the people say they make phone calls and no with them. I know that we got a lot of, it's not gonna get no better, it's gonna get worse, because homelessness and rent is gonna cause more homeless, because we passed a bill, it's 404. And Amos, thank you, because you didn't support the bill, but it's passed. And it's gonna double homelessness, because when you go on Camilton Road, U-Haul is out there. Everybody gotta move in special. Why? Because they're gonna be able to go up on the rent high as they can, and the people's not gonna be able to afford. So what I'm telling the city council, people, we go and get this information, you get data, and then people say that they're not getting back with them. 2P Street, they call 2P Street. They call so many people, they're giving up hope. And that's what I'm saying. We got to do something. I know every big state, all the states go on homelessness. Everybody got problems. But what can we do? We can't initiate, and we have to do this. And the homeless is crying out.
Thank you. Time is expired.
Stop having us go to one place to another, and they taking our data, and they're not doing nothing with it.
Thank you. Time is expired.
I wish I could brought the 7-year-old, but that you could hear from his mouth when a child say, all I want is food
Your 2 minutes
in a
is
home.
expired. Thank you. Next up will be Jody. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Hello. I want to speak on that 404 bill, which will cause people to be evicted in 3 days instead of 30. And they can be evicted for any reason, and all the landlords need to do is go to a judge and make a statement or bring a notarized statement so that they can have the people evicted. So homeless is gonna double. And I wanna speak on homelessness. I wanna address this to the mayor. You say you have properties and 3,000 units. I would like to know where this property is and where are the affordable housing. The 3,000 units, I want to know who live in them. And what is your definition of stable housing? You speak about private housing and the seniors who are being displaced as we speak. They are not in their homes. You say that you're gonna make sure they stay in their homes. Well, they're being evicted every day. And I wanna speak on the $1 million for housing that you are, I'm sorry, that's $100 million that you say that you all have raised, that you are going to give to developers. For what? Why would you give money to developers? If you have that kind of money, you should have places built for the homeless. And your rapid housing, I want to know if they're free of lead poisoning. All those trailers that you say you're gonna get. You said that you helped 28 people. You did a ribbon cutting the first of the year, and you have only helped 28 people? When people call 2 Peachtree Street, your establishment says not to call 2 Peachtree Street. Now you say it's your official opening. When you made your address to Atlanta, you said that 2 Peachtree Street was officially open for your one-stop shop. I want to talk about a homeless senior that went to Gateway and was referred out. This senior is living in her car as we speak. There's a homeless father with his 2 kids who are under the age of 12. You told them that they needed to stay in a hotel for at least a month before they can get any help. So how can he afford a hotel when he has these 2 kids, he's homeless, and have no money? He's working at the Family Dollar. I just don't understand all this money you say that you have, all this money that you're gonna give to developers. What are you gonna do for these homeless people? Help them and stop saying that you're doing things when it doesn't show that you're doing anything.
Time's expired.
Thank you for listening.
Next will be Yilma Teka. Next will be Reverend Siegfried White. You'll have up to 4 minutes to yield the time.
Good evening, council members. A Lifetime Achievement Award with grateful recognition, AmeriCorps, and the Office of the President of the United States honors Reverend Siegfried Darcell White with the President Lifetime Achievement Award for their lifelong commitment to building a strong nation through volunteer service. President Joseph R. Biden Jr., 2018. 2024. I am calling on, with the help of the city council persons, to help me organize churches in this community. I am tired of going out to gateway communities underneath the bridges, and people are living under the bridges. Some in wheelchairs, some sleeping in their own feces, some are sick and they need help. Also, I'm asking the council members to help me to know the process of what it takes to become an official person to bring people to the Atlanta Medical Center. I have a van, Councilman Bond. I have 12 men I took to the Atlanta Medical Center. They was underneath the bridge. They were sleeping in their gateway. They trusted me. Brother White, where we going? I said, come and go with me. When I took them to the Atlanta Medical Center, I was told that because I am not a part of the mayors or the organization like Mercy Care, Frontline, and whoever, that I cannot bring them. I said, you mean to tell me I cannot bring these 12 men? They said, no. These men had to sleep outside again. Now, the mayor said he's helping the people underneath the bridge. I want to help. So, council person, could you please help me to know what is the process? We're a 501c3 organization. Concerned Dad, it's a 501c3 organization. We've been doing it at least 10 years. I'm here to help homeless people. And that, like the other last two speakers, I'm at Gateway every day, every other day, seeing men and women sleeping on the streets. They don't want to be on the street. They need a place to go. And we're trying to partner with other organizations. I have partnered with a lady who have a home for $600 a month. You can be a disabled vet or you receive SSI. You can come to their home for $600. Help me. Would you please help me to organize these churches? Because we can't expect city of Atlanta to do everything. It should be the churches. Open your doors during the week. Help these people. Everybody need a place to stay with dignity and respect. Everybody. Also, lastly, I am asking for everyone to just pray. We need to pray. I'm calling for a citywide prayer, a citywide revival. Lastly, before I go, I'm praying for everybody. God bless you. I need your help and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Chioke Perry. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Chioke Perry, Atlanta resident. Came here not real certain why I wanted to be here today, but I think I've heard and seen it all. So I'm real proud of the proclamation for Clark Atlanta University. Why? Well, I grew up in a neighborhood called Historic South Atlanta. And if you know the history, CAU, in my community, that's why I'm proud. I'm always proud of Atlanta. Listening to the youth that I know this April 4th on what is now called 404 Day, I usually think proper, Atlanta City proper. Getting here, seeing the taxi cab drivers that work at the airport, makes me realize, wow, how Atlanta influences everything. World's busiest airport. In that regard, I'm glad the council was ready to act and not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Hearing folk talk about our current crisis, being unsheltered, without housing. I got a call Saturday night or a late night text asking if I knew of any organization or agency where a young lady could actually be housed for a week or two because she had a situation and she would be okay in a couple of weeks. I got with a couple of my personal friends, and what we could do was to at least try to get her a extended stay for a week. We've got to do something to not shelter, but to get people in all of these fabulous and wonderful situations where we're creating housing and homes, but the folk aren't gaining access and aren't coming off none of those bridges and aren't being housed in homes. This is the institution that has to commit to fixing that. I mean, we are dropping bombs, America, all around the globe, and having our friends drop bombs all around the globe. We need to prioritize some stuff.
Thank you.
Let's get it right. Last thing.
No, your time is expired.
Oh, no, you got to hear this.
Your time.
You got to hear this. You got to hear this.
Your
Mr.
time is
Shipman.
expired. We have to be fair to everyone. 2 minutes. Your time is expired. Thank you.
FIFA 2026.
Thank you.
World Cup coming here, so think about your imbalance.
Next will be Ken Roebling. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I saw recently on TV that James Beard pled guilty to accepting a bribe. This puzzles me because Mr. Beard, when he became CFO in Atlanta, their bond rating was B, plus or minus. That's not a good rating. When he left the CFO's office, the bond rating was AA plus. Wow. How did Mr. Beard get entrapped into taking a bribe? The corruptors are very good at leading someone astray. They also put pressure on you to pass legislation that gives them more money from the city's coffers. The corruptors are happy with the taxpayer money coming into their pockets from the city taxpayers. One is reminded of the biblical story of the snake in the garden that talked Eve into eating the fruit from the forbidden tree. The corruptors are just as smooth in talking people into doing things that they shouldn't be doing. Let's hope that Mr. Beard comes out of this okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Tillman Ward. Tillman Ward. Next will be Derek Blossengame. You have up to 2 minutes.
I appreciate the opportunity to address City Council today. Last time I was here, I got a letter from you, Mr. President, it's telling me that I was banned from City Council, suspended, or something to that effect. Now, I want to chime in today on ordinance number 24-0-1031, known as a taxi cab reform. I'm glad they showed their faces here at City Hall today. I initially came here to call attention to another issue. However, I'm compelled to speak about this proposed ordinance of which some of you have backed out of instead of standing firm. There is nothing wrong with this ordinance. The reason we have Uber and Lyft is because of the monopoly on the taxi cab and rideshare business for decades that has denied many United States-born citizens access to rideshare and taxi businesses at our airports. This monopoly must come to an end. I should not be forced to only use a taxi cab at the Atlanta airport or any airport in this country. Uber and Lyft is the solution to a taxi industry that has refused to evolve, refused to expand, and refused to accommodate all walks of life. Ever been denied a cab because you were black? You got a good look at who's discriminating against minority communities, not only in Atlanta, but across the United States. They sat here in your chambers today. Why haven't the taxi business groomed to develop younger drivers? I'll tell you why. They want you to vote no on this ordinance, which only expands and levels the playing field for competition to move in so that people can come and work at the Atlanta airport and not have to have all of these requirements or prerequisites just to pick up somebody and take them to Marietta. They want you to believe that competition is bad for the Atlanta airport, but an expanded rideshare taxi program means more taxes for this city and increased revenues for the airport. The audacity of them to say that they're going to be on welfare when little Pookie from Bankhead has not even had opportunity to drive a car and pick up a person and earn a living in the city that he was born in.
Time is expired.
That's the issue.
Thank you.
End the monopoly today.
Finally, today we have James Davenport. You have up to 2 minutes.
Dr. Martin Luther King was crazy too. Mayor Jackson was crazy too.
Thank you for allowing me to be in your presence today. People, this may be the most important assignment that God has put on me to present to you. We do have a problem. First, giving unto God, I oftentimes call my conductor. I don't have a PhD, but I do have a GOD. Not long ago, there was a shooting at Mays High School. Not long ago, a young lady was missing from North Atlanta High School. I don't know, whoever knows might know what the situation was. But in a couple of months, we have an opportunity to stop a little bit of chaos. And I'm asking each of you, I'm sure most of you have been to a church during your campaign. And I'm asking that you call on churches to go into the schools in their community, high school, middle school, or elementary school. We used to say it takes a village to raise a child. Now I'm telling you all, it's going to take that village to save these children. We're asking the churches to provide individuals to go into these schools, hall monitors, mentors. We got a lot of homeless kids. You all have the ability to stop what's about to happen. Back in 2019, when they first passed this law in the state of Georgia, for saying that anybody can carry a gun anywhere. You don't need to look any further. I was at the Capitol at that time, and I told Dewey McClain what was about to happen. We're seeing it today, every day. A black man is killed, a black woman is killed by gun violence. Won't wipe it out.
Time has expired.
But we can make a dent. We need to save our children. Thank you.
I want to thank all the members of the public who came out today to speak before the council. We will now move to the report of the journal. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon. I, Corinne A. Lindo, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, do hereby certify that the minutes of the regular meeting held on Monday, March 18th, 2024 are true and correct.
If there are no additions or changes to the journal, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the journal? We do this via unanimous consent without any objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Council President, unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the journal carries. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. Item number 1 is 24C 5050. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Daniel Myers to serve as a member of the License Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 2 is 24C 5051. This is a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Ms. Christine Lloyd to serve as a member of the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 3 is 24C 5052, a communication from Council Member Antonia Lewis, District 12, appointing Ms. Jakesha Shields to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Council President, if there are no objection, if I can take items number 4 and 5 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 4 is 24C 5053. This is a communication from Charis Johnson, President, League of Women Voters of Atlanta, Fulton County, appointing Ms. Cecilia Houston Torrance to serve as a member of the commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor Mayor Shirley Clark Franklin. Item number 24C 5054. This is a communication from Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, appointing Ms. Susan Ross to serve as a member of the commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor Mayor Shirley Clark Franklin. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let both items follow that course.
Item number 6 is 24C 5055. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, appointing Mr. Chris Davis to serve as Commissioner of the Department of Enterprise Asset Management for the City of Atlanta. Staff recommendation to refer to Finance Executive Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 7 is 24C 5056. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, appointing Ms. A. Rion Smith to serve as a member of the Downtown Atlanta Community Improvement District. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 8 is 24C 5057. This is a communication from Council members Lillian Bakhtiari, District 5, Alex Wan, District 6, Howard Shook, District 7, Mary Norwood, District 8, and Matt Westmoreland, Post-Stewart Large, appointing Ms. Veronica Maldonado Torres to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta Procurement Reform Task Force. Staff recommendation to refer to Finance Executive Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Council President, that concludes our communication items.
Thank you. Is there any vetoed legislation for consideration?
No, Council
Is there
President.
any unfinished business today?
No, Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, section 1. This can be found on page 4 of the materials. These are items for second reading, and thus the appropriate motion will be to adopt. But first, let me ask if there are any items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 1. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilor Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilor Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? One moment. The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
Please reflect Councilman Norwood as an aye.
Thirteen yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, section 2. This begins on page 20 of your materials. These are items for first reading, thus the appropriate motion will be to refer. But once again, let me ask, is there anything to be removed from the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to refer. Moved by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote is closed at 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. Next, we'll move to the reports of our standing committees. First up today will be the Transportation Committee. Chair Amos.
have one item 24-0-1030. You'll find it on item number 1 on page 33. A substitute ordinance by council members Byron D. Amos, Antonio Lewis, Marcio Carrier Overstreet, and Keisha Sean Waits to amend Chapter 22, Article 3, Division 7, and to amend Chapter 162, Article 2 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to amend the City of Atlanta regulations related to taxi cab and ride share services to ensure that a level playing field is maintained between vehicle for hire services by providing that a taxi cab may utilize a cellular telephone, a portable telephone, or a standalone computer, a global positioning system receiver, or substantially similar portable wireless device as a taximeter, and by repealing the requirements that the taxi cab companies must have all of their taxi cabs painted the same color in favor of requirements concerning signage or emblems which mirror such requirements applicable to rideshare drivers under state law, to raise the permissible age of taxi or rideshare vehicles from 7 to 10 years, to reduce the burden of entry of taxi, limousines, or rideshare drivers desiring to operate at the airport by repealing the requirement of the vehicle inspection as a prerequisite to the insurance of a permit to operate at the airport and for other purposes. This came out of the committee favorable upon substitute 3-1. I would like to make a substitute motion to send this back to committee.
There's a motion to refer this back to the Transportation Committee.
Yes.
I understand, but first he's got the mic, so he's got the floor. Just to clarify, it's 24-0-1031. I think
yes.
It's at 1030. Councilmember Amos has made a motion to refer to the Transportation Committee. That has been seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? Councilmember Overstreet.
Yes, I'd like to make an alternate motion to amend first to remove my name.
Fortunately, a motion to amend can't be taken on the motion to refer.
Parliamentarian.
So the motion to refer is withdraw your second, okay? So I have a motion to refer this on the table. Is there a second? There is no second. So we now have this before us. If we want to amend, technically I need a motion to adopt. Then we can amend. Is it coming out of committee or is it coming off the table? Oh, sorry. We have a motion to adopt. Councilmember Overstreet, you can make your motion to amend now if you like.
I move to amend. I'd like to remove my name, and I hear in my left ear that Councilmember Antonio Lewis would also.
So there's a motion to amend to remove both Councilmembers Overstreet and Lewis's name from the paper. Is there a second? There's a second by Councilmember Bond. So the motion is by Councilmember Overstreet, seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend this item? Given the nature of the amendment is that we can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to amend? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to amend.
Council President, at 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries. Now we are back. Councilmember Amos.
Now I can make a motion to refer it back to committee.
Councilmember Amos is making a motion to refer back to Transportation Committee, seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer this item to the Transportation Committee as amended.
The vote is open. The vote's closed at 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. End of my report.
Thank you. Next up today will be Finance Exec Committee. Chair Shook.
Mr. President, we have two items today. First of which is 24-01152. This is an ordinance by Ms. Collier Overstreet, is substituted by the Finance Executive Committee to, one, authorize the execution and delivery of an intergovernmental ground lease agreement between the City of Atlanta and the Fulton County Recreation Authority, reconveying a leasehold interest in John A. White Park to the authority. Two, request the issuance by the authority of its revenue bonds, Series 2024, not to exceed $30 million, to finance the costs of providing for the design, acquisition, construction, installation, and equipping of golf and senior center facilities and related improvements at John A. White Park. Three, authorize the execution, delivery, and performance of an intergovernmental agreement with respect to the project. Four, authorize the execution of an acknowledgement of service, filing of an answer on behalf of the city and validation proceedings related to Series 2020 bonds. Five, authorize the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement and final official statement. Six, authorize the execution, delivery, and performance of a bond purchase agreement and closure agreement in connection with the Series 20 bonds and for certain other related purposes. This comes forward to us favorably from the committee. There was one abstention. I will move.
Motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-0-1152. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed.
Mr.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
Mr. Amos, how would you like your vote reflected? Mr. Amos says aye. I don't know. Something happened in the system.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. I've been asked by the administration to send this forward post haste, and I will make that motion.
Motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Bond to move post haste to the mayor's office. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to move post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent, Council President, 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries.
All right, thank you. Item 2 is 24-01153. This is an ordinance by Mr. Bond requesting the CFO to identify funds in the amount of $5,000 to donate to the Black Music and Entertainment Walk of Fame to support the monument installation to honor Ambassador Andrew Young pursuant to our section, which we passed this in proper form. It was on today's consent agenda, and so my motion is to file this version.
There's a motion to file 24-0-1153 coming out of the committee. Doesn't need a second. Councilmember Bond, is there any discussion? Councilmember Bond.
Just for clarification, you said we passed the other ordinance on the consent agenda, or this was supposed to be on the consent agenda?
No, it was passed in the form of a resolution.
Well, I guess my question is that last year we passed a similar resolution, and I was told, as I discussed with you, Mr. Chair, that I needed to introduce an ordinance since we were appropriating money. So we had I guess, a circular conversation about that. I have unreadiness to file this until I get absolute confirmation as to what should happen. Because last year during I introduced the paper so it'll be a part of the budget. I was told on a couple of occasions that it would be a part of the budget, only to find that after the budget was passed, it was not a part of the budget. And so I want to make sure that we can keep this commitment to honor our former mayor, our former congressman, and former ambassador to the UN. We don't have to do this anymore.
Well, we consulted with the law department in committee, and I would ask that they repeat their analysis.
Yeah, I'd like to hear an explanation, because I was told something different, that when we're appropriating money, that it needs to be an ordinance, right? Because I passed a resolution last year that everybody signed on, and it was unanimously passed, and the money still was not paid. So I want to make sure that we take care of this.
Special Counsel Robinson.
Yes, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta, Department of Law. It's absolutely correct that when amending the budget in order to appropriate funds or to transfer funds, that must be done via an ordinance. That's absolutely correct. This piece of legislation, however, did neither. It simply requested that the CFO, quote, identify funds to be appropriated. And so, because neither of those operations to amend the budget are being done in this piece of legislation, is simply a request, the appropriate vehicle would be a resolution.
Well, thank you for that explanation. And that speaks to the paper as I requested it was drafted incorrectly. So I'd like to make a substitute motion to refer back in anticipation that I'll be bringing forward a substitute to appropriate the money. I'd like to make a motion to refer.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bond to refer. That is in order back to Finance Exec, correct?
Yes.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this item back to FEC? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, this coming Thursday on the 18th at 10 a.m., and committee will convene a work session to discuss the results of the pay and class study and possible budget implications.
Thank you. Next up will be Committee on Council, Chair Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no objections, I would like to take items number 1 through 3 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 1, 24-C-5024, communication from council members Dustin Hillis, Andrea L. Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis, and Keisha Sean Waits, appointing Mr. Brian Sumlin to serve as a member of the Stakeholder Oversight Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Item number 2, a communication from Injan Bey, President of the Gate City Bar Association, submitting the reappointment of Mr. Jermaine Austin to serve on the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Item number 3, 24-C-5048, a communication from council members Byron D. Amos and Jason Dozier, appointing Mr. Jared Evans to serve as a member of the Solid Waste Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. And each of these items was found favorable in their own committee, so I would like to move for.
Is this coming out of your committee as well?
It is.
Okay. There's a motion to approve these 3 items. It's coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve these items? We can do this via unanimous consent since these are communications. Is there any objection to the motion to approve these items? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Council President, 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries.
If there are no objections, I would take items 4 through 6 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 4, 24-R-3286, resolution by Community Development, Human Services, reappointing Mr. Mike Howell as the Atlanta City Council appointee to the Board of Directors of the Boulevard Community Improvement District for a term of 4 years and for other purposes. Item number 5, 24-R-3287, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to reappoint Ms. Daniel Hampton to the City of Atlanta Audit Committee as one of the 3 at-large members appointed by the entire City Council, said term to begin upon approval of this resolution and for other purposes. And item number 6, 24-R-3422, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing Dr. Andrew Cohen, the nominee of the 7 major universities within the City of Atlanta, to serve on the governing board of the Office of the Inspector General for a term of 3 years to begin on the date of approval of this appointment and for other purposes. Each of these items was found favorable and coming out of COC, and I motion to approve.
There's a motion coming out of committee. It does need a second to approve these 3 items. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve these items? Again, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to approve? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Council President.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries. Please reflect Councilmember Bond doesn't, or it's unanimous consent. Thank you. 13 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to approve carries.
Thank you. Item number 7, 24-0-1168. This is an ordinance for first reading, an ordinance by Committee on Council to amend City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Section 66-2, precinct boundary lines and polling places by amending the 2017 Precincts and Polling Places Ordinance in Fulton County precincts 02C, 02D, 04B, 04J, 04W, 05F, 09J, 0911, 09N, 10B1, 11B3, and 11C4 by updating said precincts as identified by Attachment A, Fulton County Precinct Values Election Day polling locations, and for other 5/5/21/2024, and for other purposes. And it's just first read, so no action is required. And that concludes my report, but I would like to make one announcement. Okay.
Feel free.
Thank you. So moving forward with COC for the pause for a moment. So one of the big focuses of COC this year will be to make sure that we are filling vital-based appointments. And so I wanted to ensure that we were aware that we desperately need to fill our solid waste appeals board. Appeals are being filed but unable to be heard because of the lack of quorum. So I'm asking each of you to please look at where your vacancies may be. These are with each appointment is by 2 council members. So please, if you have a vacancy, you will receive an email from Mr. Overton and myself. You should have already had one today. I ask that you please take a look. If you are one of those vacancies, please talk to your partnering colleague and find an appointment to put forth so that we can ensure that we're hearing those appeals in a timely fashion. Thank you so much, and this concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up will be Zoning Committee, Chair Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. Colleagues, we have 11 ordinances for second reading without objection. I'll take the first 6 as a block.
That a true objection, Councilmember Bakhtiari?
No, it is not. Item number 1.
Please proceed.
Item number 1, 23-0-1610-Z2377, Vine City Special Public Interest District. This ordinance to provide affordable housing density bonuses and to amend the allowable height for Subarea 3. Item number 2, 23-0-1700-Z2366, 2490 Fairburn Road Southwest. This ordinance is to rezone from R4 to MR4A. Item number 3, 23-0-1706-Z2374, 780 Martin Luther King Drive Southwest is to rezone from SPI 4 SA4 to SPI 4 SA12. Item number 4, 24-0-1020-Z2381, 2228 Pansy Street Northwest is to rezone from R4A to R5. 24-0-1421-Z2385, 8 and 10 Charleston Avenue Southeast is to rezone from R4 to MRC1. And 24-0-1083-Z2402, 585 Woods Drive Northwest is to rezone from R4 to R4A. Items 1 through 6 were favorable, so the motion is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt 6 items coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these 6 items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to adopt carries.
Next up, we can take the next 3 items as a block. The recommendation is favorable as amended without objection.
Objection, please proceed.
Item number 7, 23-0-1580-Z2369, 2841 Greenbrier Parkway is to waive the city code related to drive-through service windows so as to allow an eating and drinking establishment to operate at a drive-through service window. Item number 8, 24-0-1082-Z2401 is to rezone from R5BL to C1CBL. Item number 9 is 240-1080 U2339. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a community center. Items 7 through 9 were favorable as amended, and so the motion is to adopt as amended.
Motion coming out of committee to adopt as amended these three items. Is there any, doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on these three items.
The vote is open. Fourteen yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Next up, items 10 and 11 can be taken as a block without objection.
Any objections? Please proceed.
240-1085 U2401, 2400 DeForest Ferry Road Northeast. This ordinance is granting a special use permit to sever excess development density. 240-1110, 2400 DeForest Ferry Road Northwest. This ordinance would also be a special use permit to sever excess development density. The committee recommends items 10 and 11 be filed.
Motion coming out of committee to file these two items. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries.
Finally, colleagues, 2 first reads, which can be taken as a block without objection.
Any objection? Please proceed.
240-1165 U2336, 942 and 952 Peachtree Street Northeast. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a park for hire surface parking structure. 240-1166 U2407, 80 Jesse Hill Jr. Drive Southeast. This ordinance for a special use permit for a helicopter landing facility for District 7. I will move to refer items 12 and 13 to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion to refer these two items to ZRB and zoning by Councilmember Westmoreland. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer these two items.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next up today will be Public Safety Legal Administration. Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do not have a report today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be City Utilities Committee. Chair Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do not have a report today. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, today will be CDHS Committee. Chair Winston.
Thank you, Council President. We have 2 items today. The first is 24-0-1069, CDP-23029, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2021 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 1221 Euclid Avenue Northeast from the single-family residential land use designation to the low-density residential land use designation and for other purposes. This was Z-23-080. This was an NPU in Council District 2. The public hearing for this was held on March the 6th, 2024. Mr. President, the recommendation of the CDHS Committee is to reverse this item.
There's a recommendation, motion to reverse coming out of the committee. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to reverse this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to reverse carries.
Thank you. Next, we have a resolution is 24-R-3245. A resolution by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city of Atlanta to enter into an agreement, IFP CSDPR 2309-124071 for pools and splash pads Maintenance with Aquatic Management, Inc. on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation in an amount not to exceed $2,250,000.00 annually and for other purposes. Mr. President, the recommendation of the CDHS committee is to file this item.
There's a motion to file coming out of committee for 24-R-3245. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Everyone, please vote. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
Councilor Boone, how would you like your vote? Councilor Boone's an aye.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Thank you. This concludes my report.
Thank you. This concludes the reports of standing committees today. Next, we will move to personal papers. I think we need just a moment to I believe we have at least one immediate consideration today. Councilmember Boone, please feel free to come forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. This paper is for immediate consideration. Almost ID number 35168, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with Fulton County government for the provision of animal control services within the city of Atlanta for a term of 5 years, which shall commence upon execution and shall run through December 31st, 2028. All payments to be charged to and paid from fund, department, organization, and account number, general fund, NDP, Fulton County, payments to other governments, 1514000, tax administration, and for other purposes. Whereas the Georgia Constitution, Article 4, Section 2, Paragraph 3, except as otherwise provided by law, prohibits cities and counties from exercising governmental authority when each other's boundaries except by governmental agreement, and whereas the mission of Fulton County Animal Services is to provide a humane environment for Fulton County's homeless pets while enforcing the animal control laws in a manner that reflects quality and professionalism. And whereas in partnership with the Fulton County Animal Services contractor, additional services are provided such as veterinary care for animals, including spay, neuters, pet adoptions, pet reclaims, volunteer programs, foster home programs, rescue group coordination, and other life-saving programs on a 24 hours per day basis. And whereas Fulton County Animal Control officers, ACO, are authorized to issue citations for violations of the rabies and animal control ordinances, including but not limited to leash law, tethering violations, cruelty to animals, special permits, animal license, animal bites, dangerous or vicious animals, nuisance abandonment, rabies violations, running at large, commercial guard and security dogs, animals as prizes, and cruelty to elephants. And whereas there's a need to control rabies, investigate animal cruelty complaints, and investigate animal bites, operate an animal shelter, and remove live or dead animals from within the corporate limits of the city of Atlanta. And whereas to address this need and pursuant to authority granted by the Atlanta City Council via Ordinance 18-0-1368, which was adopted on July 2nd, 2018, and approved by operation of law on July 11, 2018, Fulton County and the city entered into an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, for Fulton County to provide animal control services 24 hours per day within the city of Atlanta for a 5-year term, to be paid for by the city in accordance with a formula contained therein, which is based upon the city's monthly calls for service. And whereas the IG authorized via Ordinance 18-0-1368 was set to expire on December 31st, 2022. And whereas due to the necessity of Fulton County to properly procure and execute a new agreement with an animal service contractor in 2023, Fulton County proposed extending the services provided by the City of Atlanta pursuant to IGA authorized via Ordinance 18-0-1368 through December 31st, 2023. And whereas, as the city desired to maintain the same level of services for an additional 1-year period pursuant to authority granted by the Atlanta City Council via Resolution 22-R-4593, which was adopted on November 21st, 2022, and approved by operation of law on November 30th, 2022, Fulton County and the city entered into a 1-year extension of the IGA originally authorized via Ordinance 18-0-1368, which expired on December 31st, 2023. And whereas the City of Atlanta, Fulton County desired to enter into a new IGA under contractual terms and conditions consistent with the draft IGA attached hereto as Exhibit A to provide animal control services 24 hours per day within the City of Atlanta for a 5-year term, which shall commence upon execution and shall run through December 31st, 2028, to be paid for by the city as percentage of the total program annual shared costs as calculated by Fulton County and shown in Exhibit A, the percentage of which shall be based on the city's proportional monthly calls for service, the classification and total location of calls received by the animal control services vendor during the month of service. And whereas all contracted work shall be charged to and paid from Fund Department Organization account number 1001, General Fund 20052, NDP Fulton County 5710001, payments to other governments 1514000, tax administration. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, hereby resolves that the mayor or his designee is hereby authorized to execute an intergovernmental agreement IGA with Fulton County under contractual agreements and terms, conditions consistent with the draft IGA attached hereto as Exhibit A to provide animal control services 24 hours per day within the City of Atlanta for a 5-year term, which shall commence upon execution and shall run through December 31st, 2028, to be paid for by the city as a percentage of the total annual monthly program annual share cost as calculated by the Fulton County and shows in Exhibit A, the percentage of which shall be based on the city's proportional monthly cost for service, the classification and location of calls received by the animal control services vendor during the month of service. Be it further resolved that the city attorney or his designee or her designee be and is directed to prepare this IGA for execution by the mayor, to negotiate the payment funding formula contained therein, and to approve the agreement as to form. Be it further resolved that the IGA shall not become binding upon the City of Atlanta, and the city shall incur no obligation or liability hereunder under the same has been signed by the mayor and attested to by the municipal clerk and delivered to Fulton County, Georgia. Be it finally resolved that all payments to Fulton County, Georgia under the IGA shall be charged to and paid from Fund Department Organization and account number 1001, General Fund 20052, NDP Fulton County 5710001, payments to other governments 1514000, tax administration. I make a motion to approve.
Motion to adopt Elms 35-168 by Councilmember Boone, seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Bond. So let's do an amended motion to amend. Councilmember Bond is making a motion to amend to add his name. Would you agree to Overstreet and Lewis also being added, Councilmember Bond, in one big amendment? Councilmember Bond?
Yeah, just as good.
Yes, yes, it can. Who all would like to be added? Who all would like to be added? I have Bond, Lewis, Overstreet, Norwood, Bakhtiari, Juan, Winston, Hillis, Dozier. There's a motion to amend to add all of those names by Councilmember Bond. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Juan. Is there a discussion? Who else is to be added? Who? Is there any discussion on the motion to amend to add all those names? Is there any, we can do this with unanimous consent, any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to amend.
It should be descriptive.
Do that in a second. We'll do that in a second. Sound unanimous consent on the motion to amend to add the names?
Unanimous consent, it's 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries. We've added all the names. Councilmember, discussion on the motion to adopt. Councilmember Juan, did you have something? Oh, Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I know this has been an issue that has been on all of our minds for the past few weeks, given the issues with Fulton County. And I don't, been here for 6 years. I don't know where, this initially originated from, but mostly in the state of Georgia and many other states, counties provide certain services and cities provide certain services, and public health, which this falls into, is generally a county responsibility. In most cities in Georgia, the counties pay for the service. So I won't get into that here. That may be a discussion that comes up in one discussion of the actual ordinance that I believe is getting introduced as well. But I think taxpayers should ask themselves, if you look at your property tax bill, you're paying just as much to the city of Atlanta as you are Fulton County. So what services is Fulton County providing you? So they're basically refusing to raise their millage rate and have for many years and passing the buck on to cities. Secondly, and I see we have Deputy Commissioner Williams in the audience conveniently, I would like to know if it has been calculated what exactly the Fulton County government owes the city of Atlanta government and watershed bills, please. Okay, I'll make a motion to waive the rules of council to hear from Deputy Commissioner Williams.
Jonathan Williams, Office of...
Hold on just a second. Without objection, any objection? Moving, go ahead.
It's been interesting for us as well. Last week, we heard that there was a number floating around like $5.7 million, none of which we have been able to validate. We are currently going through the process of pulling out all Fulton County accounts so that we can provide that number to you. I would tell you it's nowhere, what we've come up with so far is somewhere in the neighborhood of $4 million. And we're working to get the detail associated with that.
And
so I'm not sure where the other number came from. We weren't a part of that and weren't asked, frankly.
And those collections can go back, what, 7 years?
Yes, correct.
And when will we have some updates on what you all have calculated that exact number to be?
This week, certainly.
And hopefully a plan for collection.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Fulton County has already reached out to us to try to start these discussions. So, yes.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Williams. I don't know if anyone else has any questions for the commissioner before we unsuspend the rules, but I'm through, Mr. President.
Councilmember Bakhtiari, sure.
Thank you. One, thank you for the work, but I just wanted to more so commend the fact that the city of Atlanta, given the delinquency of such severe water bills, never once considered making a show of it by discontinuing services to go to the press and to make a show of something and allowing politics to intervene with vital services. And I just want to commend you and the administration for putting that aside to do what the right thing was, even knowing we had an agreement in place. So thank you.
Oh, of course, we're not trying to politicize this. We just want folks to pay for their
No,
water.
no, should you? And I would ask the commission to learn not to do the same. So thank you very much.
Any other questions for me?
All right. With that objection being unanimous consent, will come out of committee of the whole and come back to the regular meeting. Any objection? So with that, we are back to the motion to adopt and discussion on the motion to adopt. Councilmember Juan.
All right, thank you. I have three things. The first one is I've gotten a signal from finance that there was a Scrivener's error on the account number on the legislation. It should be to 200502, both in the caption, whereas clause, and further be it resolved. I understand that from the municipal clerk that we don't need to amend it. We can simply handle it. A Scrivener change, and they will manage that. So that's item number one. Okay.
Is there, we can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the change via Scrivener's error? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. Juan.
Thank you. The second question I have is I want, is there someone in from the administration that can actually explain and give the narrative from the city side in terms of the timeline? Because I think I want to afford that opportunity to counter the narrative that's been put out there by the county if appropriate. So I don't know who that would be. I know that right now we can just hear from finance and from law, but I don't know if there is someone from the administration that can speak to that. I just don't want everything to be out there that's not at least responded to in terms of the finger pointing. All right, well, I guess seeing none, I will have the opportunity to address it when the ordinance comes through, but I would like that, I'm going to make that request now that at least we get some clarification on timeline and kind of the series of events that led up to this. My final question is then, it's probably the most important one, is I realize this is a resolution that has an accompanying ordinance to go with it, but do we have affirmative confirmation that this is enough for the county, that they will accept this? Because I know that in their heated debate, what they wanted was an actual signed contract and all that, and we won't be able to do that via this. We're just signaling to them that we have the intent to do it, but we still have the ordinance to go through our process. So do we have that confirmation, or is this just a kind of tilting at windmills action that may or may not get us to where we need to? Because in the interim, we do have services that need to be rendered, and given kind of the heated exchange over with our county partners, I'm not convinced this is enough. So can someone speak to that?
Law Department.
Good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. We did receive communication from the county attorney stating that they would have that the county attorney would have no objection to the two-part method of legislation, the resolution and following up with the ordinance, scheduled to be adopted on May 6th, and stated, presuming everything occurs expected today with City Council, the county would seek to add the initial IGA to their board's meeting agenda as an emergency item this Wednesday.
On Wednesday?
Yes.
And so that would be the first opportunity that they could then restore service? Is that, and again, have we got?
That was not stated. There was no further information stated in the communication I received.
All right, so have conversations gone on aside from between the law departments with leadership? I mean, or between the mayor and the chairman, or between anybody and the commissioners? I mean, I just don't want us to go through this action and then find out that it's not enough for them, and then we're no better off for our constituents for having rushed this when obviously we still have a lot of questions about the water bill, about the IGA, which we're just now kind of seeing. And so I'm troubled by the inability for someone to come and give me an answer to this.
Well, if I may, I do want to state for the record that one of the bones of contention, so to speak, was whether or not the city would be able to pass an ordinance allowing for retroactive acceptance of service, retroactive effective date with the IGA, and ratification of any services rendered between January 1 and the date of execution, and to allow us to pay for those past services. The ordinance that is being read in today will accomplish that, but of course, due to the need for it to be retroactive, it has to be an ordinance. It could not be a resolution for immediate consideration. The resolution before you today is for immediate consideration and would permit the execution of an IGA immediately upon adoption and approval of this legislation from the date of approval of the legislation moving forward. So that would cover the services moving forward, at least in the IGA, and then the ordinance would cover the previously performed services from January 1 through the date of the execution.
Do the terms of the IGA match what we understand was agreed upon at the 11th hour in terms of the letter of intent that then kind of exploded and caused the stop? It's just unclear to me. Again, we're taking this big giant leap of faith, and I haven't gotten any reassurances that this will affirmatively solve the problem until we can get the ordinance taken care of.
The terms of the IGA are the terms of the IGA that the county provided the city in the last week.
Okay. All right. Well, I've expressed my concerns. Obviously, we'll get another chance to really dive into this with the ordinance conversation, but I'm just uneasy about some of the pieces of this particular action. So thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, President. I think that Fulton County, you're responsible for the health and wellness, yet there's no innovation coming from there. In fact, there are regressive tactics and messiness coming from the other side. I think what we're doing right now, we're playing with lives. I think that we should have kept the agreement that we had. We should have performed the services. What we're doing, playing with politics in this manner, will lead to some stuff that we don't want to happen. At the same time that they are upset with the city of Atlanta for making a remark based on the health of the jail. The health of that jail is horrible. We have DAs and solicitors who don't want to send people there. They'll send them anywhere else except Fulton County Jail. Face that. At the same time you do that, you give a $10 million tax break to Elon Musk. The same time you cut off services to the city of Atlanta, you give a $10 million tax break to Elon Musk. President, I want to say thank you for allowing me to speak, but with the politics going on across the street, they need to go to work. Thank you.
Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think my first is a question for clarity for the law department. I just heard you say that the resolution before us for immediate consideration will essentially outline how we operate from tomorrow until the end of 2028. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that the ordinance will deal with whatever happened or didn't happen from January 1st until April 15th.
That's correct. Essentially, the ordinance will supersede, the IGA after the ordinance passes will supersede the IGA that could be executed as of tomorrow, and then it will cover everything from January 1 of this year through the rest of the term of the IGA.
Okay, and then my second question is on page 3 of the attachment. It outlines that the 2024 annual shared costs comes to $12.1 million. The city, I don't know who's best positioned to answer this, but the city will pay a portion of that $12 million, and if so, I don't see our portion explicitly outlined anywhere.
The city's portion is not explicitly outlined in the IGA.
When and how will it be explicitly outlined?
It shall not be explicitly outlined in the IGA. The city will be invoiced, and the determination of what the city owes will be based on calls for service as calculated by the county.
Which have historically run like 55%, I think. I saw. Okay. Okay. All right. Just so we're all clear that we don't get a second crack at the next 4 years. This is. Yeah.
Councilmember Overstreet.
Well, I just asked a question, and I wanted to just let everybody know what the answer was. I wanted to know, you know, kind of like what Councilmember Juan was asking, trying to look at process and trying to figure out if we're doing everything in the correct order at this time. And I was told that regardless of where we land with this, that this legislation has to be done first. So just wanted to put that out there, that no matter what the actual numbers are, you know, that we will be invoiced, this legislation still has to be done. A letter didn't suffice, not 1 or 2 letters. It has to come through council, and it has to be this legislation. So this is where we are. And I guess we can dispute invoices if we need to in the future. But this legislation is the key to turning the lock. Okay? I'm going to leave that.
Other discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries. Councilmember Bond.
Well, first, I'd like to make a motion to move this to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bond to move this item to the mayor post haste. There's a second by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to move post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
President, unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to move post haste carries. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you. I'd like to explain my vote. I voted to support this in part, well, in all part of what the law department said, and in part of what Mr. Westmoreland and Mrs. Overstreet said. You know, this is something that has to be done. There are a lot of issues in between Atlanta and Fulton County. And on my 30th anniversary of having been elected this year, 30 years ago when I was first elected, there was a extremely close working relationship between Fulton County and the city of Atlanta. I have never seen it as far apart as it is today, and it is past time to reconcile and deal with those issues. Almost 49% of Fulton County is the city of Atlanta. The issues at the jail proper, almost on any given day, almost 70 to 90% of the issues that exist at the Fulton County Jail are there because of the city of Atlanta's police enforcement, because there are cases that derive out of the city of Atlanta that impact that jail. 20 years ago, the city of Atlanta broke an agreement with Fulton County on how to handle their arrestees when Atlanta stopped, except bringing our own arrestees to our own jail, and to save money because the city was in a crisis, to then bank on the statutory requirement that the sheriff maintain all inmates. So that exacerbated the situation at the jail 20 years ago. There have been several efforts, in round robins on how to deal with that over the last 20 years that haven't gone anywhere. But if you want to know why that jail is in the shape that it's in, other than that it was too small when it was open 40 years ago, that in part has exacerbated that situation. It's not going to make anybody popular with the progressive left to deal with these particular issues surrounding our criminal justice system. Our traffic court is still a court of special dispensation that could do first appearance hearings, that could alleviate the overcrowding at the Fulton County
Councilmember
Jail.
Bond, your 2 minutes are up.
As wrapping up,
Yes.
there are a lot of issues that lie between Fulton County and the city of Atlanta. And they contribute to some of ours that are bad, but we definitely contribute to a lot of theirs. And it's really time for us to sit down with our partners across the street and we resolve these issues. And it's not going to be anything that's going to make everybody happy. It's not going to be anything that's going to make everybody
Thank
popular.
you for your brevity.
But it has to be dealt with. And that's why, in part, I support it.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond.
And I don't want to see any children get mauled either.
Anyone else want to explain their vote? Okay, thank you. Got two other immediates. Councilmember Westmoreland, you have an immediate consideration.
All right, Elms ID 35177, resolution by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing the mayor as designee on behalf of the city of Atlanta to enter into a special procurement agreement, SPCS DPR 2403-1240250, swimming pools and splash pads maintenance with Stand Guard Aquatics on behalf of the City of Atlanta Department of Parks and Recreation, amount not to exceed $950,000, and for other purposes, whereas the City of Atlanta owns the City of Atlanta Department of Parks and Recreation operates 12 outdoor pools, 4 indoor pools, and 6 standalone splash pads. DPR sought assistance with the maintenance of the pools. DPR solicited for bids resulting in no responsive or responsible bidder. DPR will require pool maintenance services for the pools of the 2024 pool season, while DPR works with the Department of Atlanta Department of Procurement to resolicit bids. DPR submitted a request for the special procurement for the services. DOP designated the special procurement as SPCS DPR 2403-1240250, swimming pools and splash pad maintenance. Following review and evaluation of the bids submitted in response to the special procurement solicitation herein, Stand Guard Aquatics was determined to be the most responsive and responsible offer. The Chief Procurement Officer certifies that an organizational and personal relationship disclosed by the successful offerer have been processed in accordance with Section 2-1214 of the Procurement Code, and that the award of the agreement for the thing listed herein is appropriate. Whereas the Commissioner of the DPR and the Chief Procurement Officer recommend that the agreement be awarded to Stand Guard Aquatics in an amount not to exceed $950,000.00. The term of the agreement would be for 6 months to include the 2024 pool season for an amount not to exceed $950,000.00. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Atlanta that the mayor is hereby authorized to enter into an agreement for swimming pool and splash pad maintenance with Stand Guard Aquatics on behalf of DPR in an amount not to exceed $950,000.00 for a term of 6 months to include the 2024 pool season for services. Be it further resolved, the city attorney or her designee is hereby directed to prepare the appropriate contractual agreements for execution by the mayor. Be it further resolved that all contracted work will be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein. Be it finally resolved that the agreement shall not become binding upon the city, and the city shall incur no liability thereunder until the same has been approved by the city attorney or her designee as to form, executed by the mayor or his designee, attested to by the municipal clerk or her designee, and delivered to Stand Guard Aquatics. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve Elms ID 35177 by Councilmember Westmoreland, seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve.
The vote is open. Vote will be open soon. Will everyone please vote? One moment, please. Council President, we're having an issue, but the vote is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Motion to send to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion to move this post haste to the mayor's office by Councilmember Westmoreland, seconded by Councilmember Bonds. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? Do this with unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the motion on unanimous consent of the motion to move post haste.
Council President, that's 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. We have one more immediate consideration paper. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is Elms ID number 35198, a resolution by Councilman Michael Bond to accept the report and recommendations by the commission established to honor Robert Bob Mance, pursuant to Resolution R 3323, and for the purposes, whereas Robert Bob Mance was an American civil rights activist and politician, whereas Mance passed away on December 7th, 2011 in his hometown of Atlanta, Georgia, whereas Robert Bob Mance was born in Point, Georgia, youngest member of the Committee on Civil Rights, which started the Atlanta student movement, early Bond, Herschel Sullivan, others, whereas as a member of the Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, Mance came to Alabama to help plan and organize the Selma Montgomery March in 1995 and was front ranks of marchers on Blood Sunday as they crossed the Edmund Pettus. In 1994, Mance served as Loudoun County Alabama president, County Trail in 2001. The Alabama portion of the highway number 8, U.S. Highway 80, located in Lowndes County from mile marker 99.558 and mile marker 120.591, be named the Robert Bob Mance Memorial Highway, and whereas Resolution 23R 3323 adopted April 17, 2020, and approved per section 6-306 City of Atlanta Charter on April 26, 2023, established the commission to determine the appropriate manner in which to honor the late Robert Bob Mance. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta that attached here too from the commission established to determine the appropriate manner to honor the late Robert Bob Mance be accepted. It finally resolved that all parts of resolutions conflict herewith be waived to the extent of the conflict. I'd like to move approval.
The motion to approve Elms ID 35198 by Councilmember Bond, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. That's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve carries.
Motion
Any-
to move this to
Okay, it's doing lots of post haste. Motion by Councilmember Bond to move post haste. There was a second by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We do this with unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the counter. Unanimous consent to move post haste.
President, that's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. Are there any other items for immediate consideration? I don't believe there are. Councilmember Bond, you want to go ahead?
Well, yeah. I'd like to direct your attention to Elms number ID 35197, An ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the donation amount not to exceed $500.00 to the Friendship Baptist Church from the post-one at-large carry-forward account pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Items ID 35197 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Next paper is Elms ID 35087, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Bond, an ordinance to ratify services rendered in connection with agreement FC-9447 online investigation services with Formulix LLC. Sorry for butchering that. Beginning February 2nd, 2024, and authorize the mayor or his designee to exercise a second renewal option under the agreement on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department for a term of 1 year, retroactively effective from February 2nd, 2024 through February 1st, 2025, in an amount not to exceed $20,000.00 in accordance with Section 2-1163, Section C of Article X, Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, all contracted work to be charged to and paid from department or account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Items ID 35087 will be referred to the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee.
Elms ID number 35174, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the reemployment of City of Atlanta retiree Barbara Cavender as Project Manager 3 at the Department of Corrections for an annual compensation of $90,000.00 pursuant to Section 3-505A of the Charter of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Items ID 35174 will be referred to the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee.
Finally, but not leastly, 35175, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the reemployment of Brian McPherson as an administrative assistant at the Department of Corrections for an annual compensation of $48,098.08 pursuant to Section 3-505A of the Charter of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Items ID 35175 will be referred to the PSLA Committee.
That concludes.
Thank you. Councilor Boone, come back on up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 35169, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Byron Amos, Jason Dozier, Liliana Batiera, Moreland, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Marcy Collier Overstreet, and Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with Fulton County, Georgia, for the provision of animal control services within the City of Atlanta for a term of 5 years, beginning retroactively on January 1st, 2024, and continuing through December 31st, 2028, all payments to be charged to and paid from Fund Department Organization and Account Number 1001, General Fund 200502, NDP, Fulton County 571001, payments to other governments 1514000, Tax Administration to ratify the acceptance of any services provided by Fulton County under the terms of the IGA authorized hereby from January 1st, 2024 through the date of execution thereof, to authorize the payment of any outstanding invoices for the provision of such services retroactive from January 1st, 2024 through the execution of the IGA authorized hereby and for other purposes.
Items ID 35169 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 35179, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance to transfer appropriations from account number listed herein to the Department of Labor and Employment Services Support Trust Fund in an amount not to exceed $1,800,000.00 for the purpose of providing funding for the 2024 Mayor's Summer Youth Employment Program and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35179 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms ID number 35181, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2024 budget by transferring appropriations from the Water and Wastewater Revenue Funds to the Mayor's Office of Emergency Preparedness General Fund in an amount not to exceed $353,788.66 to reimburse the Mayor's Office of Emergency Preparedness for expenditures made on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35181 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 35181. Elms ID number 35108, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Grants and Community Development to retroactively apply for and accept funds and amend the FY 2024 Intergovernmental Grant Budget Fund by adding to anticipations and appropriations awarded funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, Healthy Homes Production Grant Program in an amount not to exceed $1,753,802.00 for the purpose of performing healthy homes assessment in 120 housing units with the collaboration of medical and social service providers, hiring staffing to manage the program and oversee the grant award, and entering into an necessary agreements with the project partners for the implementation of grant acceptance and participation to fund 7 positions and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35108 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms ID number 35184, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, Byron Amos, Antonio Lewis, Jason Winston, Liliana Batiera, and Matt Westmoreland, authorizing a payment in an amount not to exceed $30,000.00 from various accounts to the City of Atlanta Office of Cultural Affairs to pay for expenses relating to the 2024 Neighborhood Jazz Festival events and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35184 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
President.
Thank you. Councilor Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID 35199, resolution by Westmoreland authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $5,000.00 to the Rainbow Book Bus pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to promote and protect access to representative books and other materials, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, authorizes the chief financial officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35199 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
35180, Westmoreland, ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of City Planning to enter into Amendment Number 1 to Special Procurement Agreement SPS DCP 2211-123-0158 short-term rental software with the company listed herein to exercise the renewal option for a term of 1 year to remove the subscription for an enhanced short-term rental agreement registration portal and to add additional funding in an amount not to exceed $185,324.98. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the account listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35180 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 35194, resolution by Westmoreland authorizing a donation to Neighbor in Need to support emergency home repairs for legacy residents in order to help prevent displacement pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35194 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Winston.
President. First item I have is Elms ID 35100, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston authorizing the Chief Financial Officer or his designee to provide additional funding from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to the City of Atlanta, Fulton County Land Bank Authority, Inc., Atlanta Land Bank, in a total amount not to exceed $809,144.00 for the public purpose of preparing foreclosed properties for redevelopment with a focus on creating and preserving affordable housing, to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Items ID 35-100 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Next, we have ELMS ID 35142, a resolution by Councilmember Jason H. Winston authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $600,000.00 to Urban League of Greater Atlanta pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to support stabilizing low-income Atlanta households to support placement into safe, affordable, and secure housing units, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Items ID 35-142 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
ELMS ID 35173, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Labor and Employment Services to retroactively apply for and accept grant funds from the United States Conference of Mayors as part of the Talent for Tomorrow Digital Equity Challenge, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into agreements to accept the grant with the United States Conference of Mayors and for other purposes.
Items ID 35-173 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Lastly, ELMS ID 35178, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston authorizing the chief financial officer of the City of Atlanta or his designee to add funding to supplement a joint task order fund in an amount not to exceed $19 million in order to provide managing general contractor services for moving Atlanta forward and various other projects at parks and recreation locations on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation on a task order basis. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Items ID 35-178 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
You, Councilmember Shook.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have ELMS 35166, an ordinance by Shook authorizing the CFO to write off water and wastewater accounts receivable for such accounts rendered uncollectible in an amount not to exceed $30,086,149.29 on behalf of Watershed Management and for
Items ID 35166 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Norwood.
Thank you. ELMS 35192, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood establishing a transportation task force for the purpose of creating a transportation plan to address District 8's traffic congestion, to increase safety for residents, businesses, commuters, and visitors, and to improve the quality of life for all those who travel through or in District 8 and for other purposes.
Items ID 35192 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first item is ELMS number 35191, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Inman Street Southwest and Sells Avenue Southwest and Inman Street Southwest and Greenwood Street Southwest all-way stop control intersections, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes.
Items ID 35191 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Next item is ELMS ID number 35182, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the transfer of $50,000.00 from the Council District 4 carry forward account to the Council District 4 expense and distribution accounts to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes.
Items ID 35182 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Next item is ELMS ID number 35185, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing a donation in the amount not to exceed $15,000.00 to the Atlanta Downtown Improvement District, also known as ADID, from the District 4 carry forward account to support the Artist Jam project on Peachtree Street between Alabama Street and Martin Luther King Jr. Drive pursuant to sections 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's charter and for other purposes.
Items ID 35185 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
That concludes my items.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Ready?
Thank you. Okay, Elms ID number 35048, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet and Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Sandtown Road, southwest between Cascade Road, southwest and Central Villa Drive, southwest in order to reduce speeding and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35048 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 35172, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices, speed tables on Venetian Drive from Cascade Road to Deloge Drive and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35172 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Last one, Elms ID number 35105, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet and an ordinance to ratify the submission of an application for the Atlanta Regional Commission Transportation Improvement Program in an amount not to exceed $10,000.00 to be utilized for the construction of the Atlanta Beltline South Side Trail, to accept the funding awarded, to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute any necessary agreements to accept the award and for grant participation, to amend the fiscal year 2024 intergovernmental budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount not to exceed $10,000,00 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35105 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilor Faruqi.
Elms ID 35183, a resolution by council members Faruqi, Dozier, Norwood, Shook, Overstreet, Juan, Hillis, Bond, Amos, Westmoreland, Dozier, Bakhtiari, Winston, requesting that the Commissioner of the Atlanta Department of Transportation install 3-second leading pedestrian intervals at all intersections where the requisite technology exists and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35183 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms number 35188, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faruqi, requesting the mayor or his designee to install no parking signs to restrict parking on the north side of Druid Place Northeast from Moreland Avenue Northeast to Felder Avenue Northeast, to waive City Code Section 150-92 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35188 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 35187, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faruqi requesting the mayor or his designee to install no parking signs to restrict parking on the south side of Rankin Street Northeast, stretching 50 yards to the east of Garden Park Drive Northeast, to waive City Code Section 150-92 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35187 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
And finally, Elms ID 35086, a resolution by Councilmember Amir Faruqi authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the First Amendment to Agreement SP-S EO 2209-1230092 with Center for Diversion and Services Operator on behalf of the City of Atlanta to add the Atlanta Police Department to the contract as an authorized user, to list funding strings for the Atlanta Police Department and add additional funding to the Atlanta annual contract in the amount not to exceed $541,788 for the first year and $558,042 for the second year. All contractor work will be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35086 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
Is Elms 35176, ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis and Andrea Boone. Ordinance to amend City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Chapter 98, Article 2, Division 2, Section 98-68, so as to update the notification procedures for examinations and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35176 will be referred to the PSLA Committee.
ID 35042, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis to waive certain provisions of Chapter 28A of Part 16 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to authorize erection of a freestanding sign at 1181 Howell Mill Road Northwest and for other purposes.
Items ID 35042 will be referred to the Zoning Committee.
Items, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you. First piece of legislation today, Elms ID number 35196, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, authorizing a donation to Hope Atlanta to support efforts to avoid displacement, homelessness, and hunger pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35196 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID number 35041, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Tilson Drive Southeast in order to reduce speeding and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35041 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 35171, an ordinance by Liliana Bakhtiari and Alex Wan, authorizing the chief financial officer to amend the FY25 general fund budget to create an Atlanta Community Energy Fund, department organization numbers within the Oracle financial system for the purpose of funding strategies identified by the Clean Energy Plan, authorizing the use of the Atlanta Community Energy Fund to receive future funds from a variety of sources, including but not limited to city appropriations, funds generated from the sale of renewable energy credits, and federal funding opportunities, authorizing the chief financial officer to amend the fiscal year 2025 budget by transferring $300,000 from the blank account to the trust fund account created hereby and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35171 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
AMS number 35106. A resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to apply for and, if awarded, accept federal funding from the Atlanta Regional Commission, Georgia Department of Transportation, United States Department of Transportation, and any partner organization on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for the purpose of participating in the 2024 Transportation Improvement Program, call for project and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35106 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
AMS ID 35157, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to establish a neighborhood sports council and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35157 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
I won't be reading it in the
Okay. Any other papers for referral today? Okay, hearing none, we will move to general remarks. I'm actually going to start. Given that we have a vacancy on council, that has created committee vacancies as well. So I have informed the clerk and our head of council staff that I'm going to be appointing Councilmember Shook to serve on zoning, Councilmember Amos to serve on finance, and Councilmember Dozier to serve on transportation. I appreciate all of them willing to take a fourth committee given the situation. So that will commence next week with committee meetings. I would remind everyone we will have committee meetings next week, but it is a 5th week month, so we will not reconvene council the last week of April. We will reconvene council the first week of May, which will be May 6th. And then finally, on behalf of our city clerk and election superintendent, please note that the last day to register to vote for the primary election in May 21st is on Monday, April 22nd. Last day of registration is a week from today. Advanced voting will begin on Monday, April 29th, with 2 Saturday early voting scheduled, as well as 1 Sunday voting scheduled. So please register to vote. With that, other general remarks. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, during our item for immediate consideration, we delved a little bit into a conversation about water bills, and I understand that the CFO may have some new information that might be helpful to know before we go on break.
Mr. CFO.
Sure, I just wanted to clarify, the number that was published before was a system-generated number from a monthly report, and it was a prior month report as of February 1st date. That was for the outstanding Fulton County water bills at that specific time. We'll work with the department again to get the most recent number to provide an update to that figure. Balance is up and go, and everybody knows that's primary account on that is the jail account, which I think as of today is currently around $2.9 million. There's some other accounts as well that are outstanding, and we'll continue to look at the latest and greatest numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Firstly, and I recognize we just got back from recess, I do want to thank my constituents for coming to our District 4 Town Hall that we held at the Georgia Aquarium. It was a phenomenal event. We had about 70 participants in person and about another 30 online. But I just want to give a particular shout out to the team at the Georgia Aquarium for allowing us to host a community event at the aquarium, providing free access to our constituents. They've been looking for all sorts of ways to connect with the greater community, and they stepped up in a big way. Do want to let our constituents know that we do have another event coming up later this month in partnership with Emory University. We'll be doing a job fair in the Mechanicsville. It's based and hosted in the Mechanicsville community. It's open to everyone. It'll be from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m., so we'll be there all day. Not only will we have jobs from Emory University, everything from healthcare to HR to admin to IT, but we're also having some employment opportunities with the City of Atlanta, including the Department of Parks and Recreation, Department of Law, Department of Finance, City Planning, Watershed, and others. Hope you join us. I plan to make that my entire afternoon, so if your constituent just want to have an opportunity to speak with me, I'll be there as well. But hope y'all join us. We're having a big job expo right at Dunbar Neighborhood Center in the Mechanicsville community on April the 30th from 12 to 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to give a shout out to communications because we didn't have any squeaks today. We didn't have any static or any of that. So something happened while we were away for 2 weeks, and I just want to acknowledge that since we were very vocal about having issues. So thank you.
Any other general remarks? Councilmember Hillis. We have to do, we got to do that. Madam Clerk, please sound the ending roll call. Oh, there is a motion. Would you like to withdraw your motion?
Just one quick thing.
Motion withdrawn.
I just wanted to take a moment to thank Watershed and Commissioner Browning. It became very clear to many of us that the politicization of whatever issues occurred while we were on break, above all else, I would like to remind everyone that our city employees are human beings and work incredibly hard to ensure that this city runs as well as it does. And I would ask all of us and the public to remember that we are still people. And I ask that you treat our employees and our staff with the utmost respect. And I really want to commend Commissioner Browning and her team for always being able to respond no matter the time of day or night and what extraordinary work they do. And we should really be applauding them more. And I am very grateful to them for everything that they do for us. So I just wanted to say that because they're always exceptional, but especially while we were on break, and that should be noted. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other remarks? With that, we'll move to the closing roll. Madam Clerk.
We have Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large. Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1. Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2. Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3. Councilmember Jason Dozier, District 4. Councilmember Lillian Bakhtiari, District 5. Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6. Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8. Councilmember Justin Hillis, District 9. Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, District 10. Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12.
Thank you. Without objection, we stand adjourned.